Hi, I'm Chris from Airwindows, and we're going to do another live stream, a plugin coding live stream. And that is something that I have done many of. Let me fuss with my camera and things. In fact, we'll jump over to the live stream view and then fuss with chat to cover up OBS and such. So yeah, the idea today is I want to get together the parametric section of console H. Hey Lucas Ipo. I believe I have a start on that. Since the last time we saw this screen, I've done an update on density. I'm looking at PyWacket there and wondering whether I can do something with that, because in my work with some of the inverse density algorithms, in particular using, using HackSign. HackSign is the name of the thing that I built in order to test out kinds of optimization, but also to twist things around in weird ways. So HackSign's this. It is doing a optimized version of something like Sine or whatever, and using the Taylor series expansions to approximate a mathematical function. And that's how I got to TAPAC, is optimizing this in different directions, being able to make it simpler, not having to stick to the exact math of the formal thing like atan or tan or whatever. We're looking at tan and atan. But what I've also got here is a sine, which is arcsine, and that is the inverse of sine. You do sine and then you do a sine, and it goes back to the original thing, unless it's in the console, in which case it does something completely else. But yeah, so this was me trying to figure out 1 minus cosine, which is what inverse density is made out of. And this is where I found out that I had the polarity flipped on the inverse density thing in all of my existing code. So there's a version of density coming out which has that reversed and is using this optimized form. I think it is not going fully towards this. We've got extra terms here, because the way this works is if you wanted to do like a sine, and I'm just talking through this for anybody who is following along and wanted to start doing stuff like this. My whole deal with this kind of thing is go ahead and try doing things and figure them out and think about them. The Taylor expansion for a sine means you gotta take your input sample and keep on adding and subtracting increasingly large but also increasingly small versions of this. Like we're subtracting input sample times x divided by 6. So that makes the amplitude become smaller as you go. But then you're adding input sample times input sample times input sample times input sample times input sample, you're the 5th power, and dividing that by 120, so that's making it louder again. And then you're doing the minus, and what's happening when you're doing this, raising things to increasingly high powers, that is always escalating stuff later on down the transfer function curve. Like if you start at 0 and you're going to 1 or something beyond 1. If you're doing a sine, you can go beyond 1 and it'll just keep doing a sort of sine-shaped curve. But if you're at 0, none of that's happening yet. So what do you get when you are at almost zero and you subtract almost zero times itself? Well, you're not subtracting very much. You go up closer to full crank and you start subtracting more and more until it rounds off and goes around again. What happens when you're subtracting something that's going up towards nearly 1 and to the 15th power? Well, if it's less than 1, it's going to become impossibly small. If it's 1, 1 to the 15th power is still 1. And say you're subtracting that, like we see on the screen, if g is larger than 0, then minus what ends up being the 15th power. And it's 1, but minus 1307674368000. That's just reduced it to such an infinitesimal amount that it's as if you're subtracting nothing. That one is waiting for, if you're continuing to go, if you're doing a sine function and it's like trying to make it go into that serpentine shape, which it could do if it's a full trigonometric sine function, and your input has gone from 0 past 1 and kept going to like 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 12, 20, and you have 20 to the 15th power, you're starting to get closer to this number, so you're starting to have it take an effect, whereas the previous things maybe not so much. And that's how it ends up bringing in some of these later parts of the expansion much later in the calculation, starting with just a straight line of like 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Like these early things don't depart much from the input value coming in. When you get to working with temp here to the 15th power, almost everything, when you've divided it by, this is a scaling factor, when you've divided it by something this big, almost nothing will actually take effect. So all of the stuff in the first initial waves of the sine don't actually come into the calculation yet. And as you keep going, that's when this other stuff shows up, although it will also have a subtle effect even on earlier stages. And I can tell this by running it through run it and measure it in Voxenko span or something like that. Look at what the waveform is doing in a harmonic sense. Ram is asking about Silken. I'm starting to use Silken more myself. I'm using it on the I could probably use it in OBS. Well, maybe I could. I'm not sure I could. I feel like OBS doesn't let me use VST2s anymore. The only way that prime FIR calculation can work is applying a certain amount of density, and I've limited that. I wouldn't actually say it's like the only way of doing that correctly is using the latency in the way that I'm using it. It's not 100% crank, and I wouldn't call it impossible that that could be done. It's just a question of, are you running it in the fully phase linear context? Because it's based on an FIR filter that is designed to be phase linear, meaning that the ripple starts at 0, goes up to the maximum point, and then goes back to 0 again. That's what that function is designed to do. Well, if stuff goes really well today, maybe I can play with that. In theory, it's doable. It's just a question of what it's going to make happen and whether it completely obliterates the behavior of the actual filter. Because in theory, you could just start at the high point and go from there. I don't know what that would do, to how it actually performs. But in theory, you could just brute force that. You could just make it so you're not attempting to do the filter properly, and instead you're only doing one side of it. That would automatically make it have zero latency. So, it's a thought. Anyways, I wasn't actually working on HackSign. What I was looking to do was get into some of my recent stuff, and it might be worth me playing with some of these and seeing if I've done what I thought I did. So, recently done things. If I scroll all the way past, this also includes stuff that I opened and didn't actually do. So these are the ones I've been looking at most recently. And I believe if I keep going, I'll try to get up to speed here. I'm always challenged with the reality that I'd like to behave as if I had everything completely locked and just typed it as fast as I thought of it, but it doesn't usually work that way. That's not how it is in reality. Currently, what I'm thinking about is a plugin that it looks like I did a while ago. I think it might be this one. But I can also look at DRes 3, or let's see what my most recent DRes plugin is, because this is essentially what I'm looking to include in a variation on parametric. So I haven't done anything with this recently. Well, we go up to DRes 3, certainly. That's 1 bit. So this is not what I was talking about, and I don't think this is even out. I'm showing you something that was done a while ago, but that I have not put out yet. If it's exciting enough, I could put it out for you. Although I have an update to soft clock I have to put out too. But yeah, here's the thing. I can do debez, and this is apparently just the Bezier filter. So it's a low pass, basically. Or, in theory, it's a high pass. Yep, it's a high pass. It's not a very good high pass, but it's a high pass. So debez is this. It's the Bezier filter, both smooth and raw. It does end up being a pretty steep filter for those purposes. There is that. And if I was using it in inverse form, you could call that a high pass. Full. It's not a very good high pass. But here's the part that I'm looking to include in the parametric. It's a two-directional bit crush. And it's demonstrated more easily on something with actual dynamics, like for instance drums. One direction is gaiety. And one direction is compressy. So you can kind of grunge it up in either of these directions. You can bring tiny details out of the noise floor this way, or gate tiny details by taking it the opposite direction. And you combine that with the Bez, and I'm doing the Bezier filtering afterwards. So my question becomes, and this is particularly a salient point for doing it with parametric. Parametric was using stacked biquad filters. And I could continue to do that because it's probably the best choice for this. If I put biquad filters in like peak mode, that's going to cut the volume back as well, thus making both of these things more effective. Hey, Grins. As promised, this is Thursday and I'm here. So there's our deep S, and then the opposite is if you do full bit crush, we can add this weird overtone. Yep, all is pretty good. I've been doing a lot of studio work, and in a way I've been doing that studio work in a bit of a hiatus from charging ahead on the plugin stuff, but it's led to some good things. Like you might or might not be able to see directly, I have got grill cloth on my guitar speaker back there, and that softened and quieted it. Oh, there's also extra grill cloth sitting around inside the enclosure, which I stapled to the inside to make a sort of series of baffles. So I now have a excruciatingly lovely sounding Valve Junior based guitar amp for Strats and Telecasters. And if I try to put anything bigger through it, it's kind of too loud. I'm not really willing to, it's just too damn loud to overdrive. Plus, if I overdrive, I only get highs out of it. I don't get any lows, and I don't think that sounds very good. So that's the one that I want to use for doing guitar recordings that are meant to be either clean or very softly dirty. Back pain is easing up now that I haven't seen you know who for a while. Junebug. So it's gone back to normal now that I took a break from that. But other things that I have done is I have a setting in Reaper. Here, let me set this down even more. I have in Reaper on a template a kind of test setup. I did the whole setup and didn't do any music because I was too much in techie mode. But I set it up so that I could test out using console X2 with my control surface decked out in full regalia. I have everything set up with it. In fact, I can maybe even, I'll take a moment and demonstrate that. Or we'll see. Okay, let's see if I can close this a little farther. There we go. So yeah, I set it up. So here's my faders. It turned out not to be hard to set Airwindows to work with the new version of console. All I did was I changed the setting in the script, and I also told it to go for the plugin, not the plugin control 37, but the plugin control 16. Because console X2 is not as big. I set up the EQs to work using what's essentially Smooth EQ 2. I've got the high pass and low pass set up for the most recently released Cabs 2, and I played with that a little bit. Pan, I've got more in discontinuity. I need to check my code to make sure that on the channel setting, the disc on tapety is first, because you need to hit tape first. And I also am thinking about adding another control. I think maybe I should have a shifting of bits gain control in console X, because I find I am starting to put shifting of bits gain in the Raper files by default, and I'm not sure I'm thrilled about that. Also, it might end up finding other uses as well. It's certainly going to have its uses if you turn up the more control all the way and then increase gain into it. That will work. I have the console X2 dynamics, which I don't remember whether I put that out yet. It's actually a variation on BesiComp, but with two BesiComps in parallel, one of them faster and one of them slower. The attack control controls the faster one, and the release control is always at least the attack control or added the amount of additional boost that you've got. So they never cross over. They'll either overlap or spread a little bit, and that's how it does the attack release thing, which is weird, but it works. And the gate also is part of that. And then I set up the entire thing for the top bank of controls here to be Chimey Deluxe, which isn't out yet, and the top bank here to be Pointy Deluxe, which is out yet. And I played with it a little bit. I didn't do anything with it because it was not I had too much going on to be able to really go there. But I played with it enough to make sure that it worked. And what I found was, I don't know if Chimey Deluxe is going to succeed. It was very strange trying to set up a sound using it. And the reason for that is it they're all very sensitive. The deluxe plugins are all very sensitive on the controls. Like, you don't get to crank anything up very much. And Pointy Deluxe maybe a little bit more. I tested the thing about running Pointy Deluxe into console X2 and using the high pass and low pass, which are cabs 2. And I think it pretty well worked. I think that was something that could work. RAM, I can do the reporting latency in AU. I do not yet know how to report latency to VST in a way that's consistent with anything. In fact, I've never run across code that uses it. There must be. Nobody's ever let me in on the secret of how you report latency to VST. It doesn't look like it's in the spec. So it could be a weird extension to the spec or whatever. Funny thing about that is that VST has now MIT licensed the VST3, which is probably because Clap came out and started getting adoption. That's probably why they did that. In fact, one of the AU plugins, RAM, reports latency and then does a delay which is up to that amount or more for a negative delay capable plugin. And that's basically just cheating. It's putting on a latency on the entire mix and then delaying less than the latency is. Also, give me a sec. It's not really that cold of a day, but I am going to throw another log. I doubt I'm going to need many of these today. It didn't start out that cold, but I'll throw one more and then forget about it. I switched to this camera, so I don't know if you can see it. This morning I was watching a video from this very large channel, Colin and Samir, and they were interviewing Nico from Corridor Crew. And I'm looking forward to returning to that when I get a chance. And they were all talking about how you make your giant viral hits of things, and how Nika and Sam and Ren have put together Corridor Crew and have it be a successful channel. And one of the things that happened was they did the VFX Artist React, and then they started duplicating it every Saturday, and it always did really big numbers, and so they ran with that and ran with that and ran with that. And it's interesting to me how some of these things work out, because even though I just have my coding plugins and whatever else it is that I do, there is this interesting touch of reality in doing a live stream where you have to stop from time to time to stoke the wood stove, because it's a literal fire that you are warming yourself by. It feels very non-AI to be both doing my coding thing, but also, hang on, I have to throw a log on the fire to not be cold. It's very reality-based, really. But yeah, it looks as if DBEZ, which is not out yet, but if this seems exciting to you, you may have it. This is available. Okay, I can put this one out. Also, check out what the Gatey version is in inverse. If you do inverse, it starts doing the opposite thing. So you're effectively subtracting this strange distorted tone. Here, let me neutralize it. For a distinctly different weird tone. That's not the same as the full-on wet tone. Instead, with this one, some of the sound is peaking out, but the sound is peaking out below the dynamic level where the gating is happening. So if you have this much, then you can plainly hear the live drums underneath that. But if it starts clashing, well, then it starts subtracting. It's not a perfect cancellation, but you're thinning things out. So that's the maximum high frequency boost, and then you can do a mid-range boost by subtracting the DBEZ version that is also filtered. Sounds like we're sweeping a high pass down and then up again. So yeah, this without the inv-wet is what I'm talking about, including with the parametric. The parametric for the console H needs to be those banks of filters. And probably my idea for that is constructing it from banks of filters. And then each of the filters does this. Well, that's for me to build, you to download, and you to find out. I don't have any beatboxing tracks. But that doesn't mean there can't be beatboxing tracks with this applied to. And the whole idea of this is I should be able to use this two-way DRes control, which I'll take out of this dBass plugin, put it in the middle of a stacked up parametric EQ, meaning that we're going to filter going into the effect, which will cut down the level and also direct the behavior of it. And it's also going to make it easier to gate. And then put another level of the filtering on after the effect. So all of your gating or compressing will be like a band pass with this kind of flavor. There will be a low mid one in which you could have it either be very compressy or maybe a little less compressy because you're not deresing it as hard, or gatey because you're deresing it and offsetting it. That's what I think it should be. And the thing that I know about working with this kind of stuff is if you build sounds out of multiple parallel band passes, multiple parametrics, that has its own useful effects. Let me fire this up. It's going to be under P for parametric. See, here is a parametric. Of course, the thing about it is this is 3 bands, which is what I'm going to be doing again for the one I'm building. But the thing about it is this is the version that's used in Console X effectively. So it's added peaks. It's 3, or in the case of Console X, 4 added peaks. Because the whole SSL thing was about like, oh, hey, let's do a super parametric thing. We can have really tight bands of peaks and cuts, and let's have lots of them. Let's have 4 bands of really tight peaks and cuts. And that's what 80 sounds like. And I'm not interested in being stuck to 80s, and I didn't find it as useful as I'd hoped, which is why I've redesigned things with Console X2, and I'm doing different stuff now. So I'm looking to do different stuff with the parametric, and what I want to do is there's going to be a frequency, but if these are all at 0, there won't be any sound coming out. The sound is only going to be composed of bands being let through. And the reso is going to become, see, here's the reso. That is going to become dres, as you just saw. So the reso will be able to either gate like this or compress like this. I think I'm doing it wrong. Never mind, whatever. See, compress like this. So if you had it like this, no sound would be coming out because treble, high mid, and low mid, maybe I'll rename it to treble, mid, and bass, won't be producing anything. and you start increasing them, maybe what I'll do is have it go to full output value, but rather broad in the middle, and then increasingly tight and boosty as you push. That will not only affect the, like it can go super broad, but also completely silent. And then the more you boost, the more it's not only coming up in volume, but also getting sharper and sharper and sharper as you go. Well, it's simultaneously being gated or compressed using the debez control. So the way to do this is to begin. And that means sticking all the way back here to wherever it was that I was working on parametric. And we're going to duplicate this and start adding debezes. I am curious as to whether this is stereo. It is not. So in audio units, mono means end-to-end, means it could be used on a quadraphonic or 5.1 surround track. This is the case for this. So I'm going to use it. Looks like I'm using 3 layers of filtering. That's not necessarily what I'm going to want. I think maybe I'm going to want only 2. One for before and one for after. And then this part is relatively simple, although I do need to add the debezes in there, but that's from another plugin, so that's fine. It's probably going to be assembled back into this. And then all of this stuff, which is honestly not as complicated as I thought it was going to be. Neat. I'm reading this now and seeing what this means. A0, B1, B2. Well, is there an A1? I think there is not, because this is a bandpass. That it's stripped down, it's simplified. It works, but it is not, you couldn't adapt this back into a shelf anymore. So I'll be building something around this. I'll be also finding out how I implemented it. Like this stuff, basically I'll just be changing the names and running with it. I'll be including dry wet. I will be including dry wet, and I'll tell you why. I'll be including dry wet because in console H I've already decided the way that that's going to work is you crossfade between this effect and a simple 3-band EQ. That's coming out as Smooth EQ 3. Yeah, I think it's Smooth EQ 3. I've already got that figured out. So rather than being dry wet, it'll be like polite EQ, easy EQ, and this crazy thing. And you pan between those, meaning that what you could do is if you wanted, you could like rip all the mids out of the easy EQ and have only lows and highs, do what you wanted with this, and then bring in a little bit of the extreme lows and highs using the crossfade control. I think hip-hop people are familiar with crossfade controls. They just won't have used it like this because nobody does this. Bear in mind, Vinegar Jim, I don't do style things. I try to do unique, independent things. So I can show you some of the stuff that does exist. You don't want to think of it in terms of LA2A. You want to think of it in terms of what am I trying to make happen. And it's possible that I don't have as much going on in compression as I could, although I've made lots of them. But like for instance, BesiComp is out. Like you can't have access to this. And the way this one works is it has a funny different characteristic to it. Like this is out there, you can play with this now. It's free, it's open source. I have extended upon it to make dynamics too. The way BasicComp works is if you push it too hard, you get some bizarre behaviors. I believe it's got a clipper on the end of it, so it doesn't break anything. And what it's doing is it's drawing a Bezier curve for dynamics at the speed. It's like a undersampling, but it's using it for dynamics. So if the speed is really slow, as you can hear, it's kind of sweeping back and forth in level. And if the speed is really fast, you're not getting the attacks as much. But it's doing, I don't know if this would count as opto type things. You might slow down the speed. If you think of opto as letting some of the peaks through, it's letting peaks through now. You speed it up and it doesn't, but it also, that's also making the release time go faster too, because they're combined here. And the way you handle its bad behavior around some of those weird effects is you back off on the compression. So dry. And you set it up so it is kicking in basically the way you'd want it to. And it's probably going to react differently on different kinds of sounds. Like I'll switch over to Alien Kittens. And you're getting something weird happening. In fact, now and then it's dynamically inverting. And what that means is, well, you could speed it up or slow it down, but what you also do is you dial back comp more. Or speed it up until it's obviously engaging with the sound. This is one of those ones where you gotta fuss with it in delicate little ways to make it do what you want. Because it can be a little hard to control, as you can see. As far as other things I have the compressor from Console X. That's the original dynamics. I think my new stuff is working better, but this is the original dynamics. And it doesn't work quite that way. Instead, what it's doing is it's based on the original pressure compressor, but made a little bit more polite. And then the original one also has a gate in there. And then beyond even that, I think my most recent pressure was fairly optimal for what those were. Sort of a fan favorite, can't go wrong with. Yeah, most recent pressure was designed to get this sort of thing that the original one did. So ratio is kind of the same as a dry wet. And pressure is this complicated little algorithm that is both, it's dynamically varying the attack and the release speeds and everything. It's such a complicated little algorithm that I barely was able to do anything with it. This is a simplified version. Back over to the drums. So that's essentially a well-behaved compressor. And then for an ill-behaved compressor, I think the earliest pressure I have is probably what you'd want to go for. If I remember correctly, I do have that up and running. Let's see, pressure 4. Yep, this looks like the one. So that's simply an output gain. Mewiness means it thinks that it can go to a inverse, like New York style compression, and it can also go to a very mu style. And this is the one where you can do this with it. This one has made some friends in high places. Certain working engineers enjoyed what they were able to do with it. It kind of likes living at full crank. It's really designed to be more like a Fairchild-y kind of thing. Doesn't mean it completely succeeds, but that was what the idea was for it. In fact, now that I mentioned that, I should probably also go and audition the one that I did a long time ago, which I think is still there. Are you still there, or did I just miss clicking on you? I missed clicking on you. Okay, so this exists, and this was there from a ways back, and it's largely a similar thing. Slightly different voice on this one. So this one was designed to try to sound like, for instance, stuff off of Revolver or whatever, old stuff that had a very mu compressor on it. This might have certain things going for it. It's doing its own thing, certainly. We can switch over to the Alien Kitten section. And see that it squishes stuff flat in a characteristic way. Like we're squishing all the bass out of it this way. So I think the hope here was that it could be a two-bus styly thing. But yeah, these are among the compressors I've got. So if any of them sound kind of like an LA2A, you're more likely to get pleasure out of that than asking me to do specifically a trademarked somebody else's thing. I'm off to attempt to do a different thing. And we're going to get started in that so that I don't just get derailed. Although I'm always happy to get derailed trying to answer people's questions. That is super worth doing. I'm going to get derailed going and visiting the facilities and making myself another cup of coffee, so that's on the way. So the question that faces me now is, do I call this parametric 2 when it kind of isn't? It's the ResEQ style section of console H. So I should probably come up with something that's a bit of a teaser for this is going to be part of a console-based mixing system. It's also a fair question as to how much other stuff. I have also promised to work on donuts for people. Donuts or donut, whatever I decided I was going to call it. That's worth doing. That also requires me picking out one of these compressors and running with it, using its control to filter with. Vinegar Jim, I would say again, did any of the sounds that I just made do anything useful for you? I walked through several of the options I've got currently that, because I don't own an LA2A. I'm not that familiar with what they do. I know it's an opto compressor. A while back, I worked real hard on trying to study what opto compressors acted like. And at the time, I was much more inclined to be doing things like putting, let me see now. So before I do this, I wonder if this is out. Because there was a particular one that may or may not be accessible. And I have to remember the name of it. It was called Elation. Easily forgotten. Yep, there it is. It's very strangely configured. So this will be the closest that I ever did for literally trying to make an LA2A. In fact, I think it even uses, let me see if this is even in my collections. Because if it's not in my collections, it's because I feel it would have failed. No, it is there. So yeah, the way that I can answer you, Vinegar Jim, is I tried to do that once, and this was all I got. The reason I abandoned it would be because I wasn't happy with what it was doing. So the question is, does this sound anything like how LA2A acts? I know the controls are all different, so it's not, you wouldn't get to be familiar with it. Would probably demonstrate better on a voice. Although in this I do have loud guitar. See, it's got this funny edge to it. But anyway, yeah, there was one where I tried to do an LA2A. It was long ago. How long ago? I can look that up, in fact. Before we do this, let's go and look up how long ago it was that I was trying to do LA2A. It might have been before you were born. Think I'm kidding? Maybe, probably, technically not. But let's go and look. Actually, what I could do is... This was older things. This was before. This was the very first Airwindows things that ever came out. Some of these you don't even recognize. There was a free verb that I did. I don't know what the hell 9pass was. But here's the code for whatever it was. And let's see, Antique was elation there. Yes, it was. So I should be able to open this, which I think I have been able to open this. Yeah. Okay. No, I made this when you were 13. This was what you just heard. And I don't think it's very good. But I tried. And this is a sort of long-form, dynamically adjusted impulse of a sound recording that was in fact an IR of an LA2A. So what I had there, that was back when I was, you were 13 years old, and I was trying to make something sound like an LA2A by applying convolution impulses. And then not really knowing what. This code doesn't actually compile in Windows, because you have to do the exclamation point and not this code word doesn't work with everything. It only worked with Mac stuff at the time. This was way before I was making VSTs or anything. So this is Baby Chris as a coder. This is a very bad way of doing a convolution impulse. And it's only using like 30 samples. And this is just a hilarious thing. Console 9 doesn't have an EQ to it. So I'm confused. Anywho, let me close this without saving. I wonder if all that stuff is the same. Because what we were going to do was start making the Console H version. And the point that I remembered that I had one that I had tried to make an LA2A out of was I was coming up with a name for this. Because I don't necessarily get to call this parametric. After all, it's not going to act like a parametric normally would. Much like I can't call Smooth EQ a parametric because it's a 3-band that's acting like a 3-band graphic EQ. Hang on. I'm constantly bouncing over to demo mode, but there's nothing wrong with that. That's one of the most effective things I can do with a live stream. I like being interactive. So yeah, Grens, the answer to you might actually be you have to let me put out one of these. PQRS. So you want a specifically 3-band EQ, eh? Highs, lows, mids, bass, so if this worked for you, wait until I put out this, maybe? This is going to be my best console, my best 3-band when it comes out. Like, there's your mid. There's your highs. There's your lows. So you wouldn't be asking for an Airwindows channel with 3-band EQ to also use in Console 9 because Console 9 already is a channel plugin. You're talking about putting an EQ in front of that, presumably. If it's a 3-band you want, you're probably waiting on this. To use something similar to it, but more complicated, sadly. You could go for something like this. So if you don't touch any of these controls, you can just use it as a 4-band. This is out. This is available to you. Now it does have the fanciness. This is the one that's going into Console X2. So you can treat it as if it's a parametric with sweepable mids, though it is not. This is not a sweepable parametric, but it's acting like it is. But yeah, that's maybe more knobs than you want. But as far as a simple X-band EQ, this kind of sits in that realm. If you don't adjust the frequencies, it acts like that. And of course, there is always simply Smooth EQ. Let's go and check that one out. Smooth EQ's out. So you got that now. Go forth and use it now. And leave the X-overs alone. And that's a 3-band. So that's a little more parametric, but it only has 2 knobs to do the additional parametric stuff. So if you leave them alone, you can treat it like it's a 3-band. Maybe this is your answer. And this one also doesn't do the thing that Smooth EQ 2 does of get extra complicated in order to have the controls act like they're the center of a band. This one is simpler. This one just has X-over controls. Smooth EQ 3 kind of has stuff like this and just doesn't show you them. But this one is in fact a 3-band that will work like a 3-band. It's got lovely smooth crossover frequencies. and is indeed very smooth. So that might be your answer. This might be your less heavy. This is also one that's implemented with biquad filters, kind of like what I'm doing with the parametric. So it's maybe not quite as Airwindows-y as the ones that I build using weird, colorful filters. But by that same token, it is a non-colorful filter, biquad-based thing implemented using softer filter slopes. So for something that is less heavy-handed, that's probably your one. Smooth EQ Original. You know what? I have not yet solved this, but I'm going to come up with the name for the new one after I make my other cup of coffee and take a bit of a breather. So what I'm going to do is set you up with some kind of noise. Actually, no, rather than playing it on this, I should do it like this. Oh, you're quite welcome. You are a familiar face around here, and also asking questions that other people could use too. So everything is right about that. So now I'm deciding which thing do I want to throw on. There, I could start looping Cliff Diver. I never did do anything else with Taming this Oxen. These are just the Bastel Castle jams. Oh, this could be kind of fun though. This is called First Looper Jam, and this is back when Audio Damage Circa came out. That's somebody who lives in my hometown, and he could use the support. So if this sounds like the kind of, I mean, maybe it doesn't, maybe it sounds terrible, but if this sounds like the kind of music that you'd enjoy making using a looper, he's good at what he does. Again, Circa, he's not paying me to do this. In fact, I bought it myself, but he's a hometown hero. He's somebody that lives in Bellows Falls along with me. And if anything about this sounds cool, maybe you would like to go out and buy that. He has given me numerous free updates, which didn't actually change anything because it worked for me the first time. But come to think of it, can I open it? That would be funny if I could open it here. Yeah, so I did it using this. I can't use this because it's not in a DAW, but this music that you're looking at here was done in this fellow's plugin, which is this thing is a looper, and you can do various stuff with it. And I will now show you what I did with it when it came out, and I was supporting my friend in town doing this. I can't do it in a 2-track editor, but when I ran it in Reaper, this is what I did. I still have a template for using it, which is currently set up for Console X rather than Console X2, so I'm moving on from that really, but so I made this noise with it. Like I said, maybe you don't want to make this process, but if you did, that's what I did with it. Actually, I'm being a silly person. Hang on. This is me doing the wrong thing. If I want to use this as temporary background stuff, what I should maybe do is search for Airwindows Circa Looper and play a section of this while I go and make my other cup of coffee and skip ahead into a nice moment of it. I believe that will work. I don't think anything's happening yet. Also, I do need to run this through. Oh, settle down. Let me go and find a suitable moment. Okay, that's pretty. I'll use that section. Yeah, I'm trying to help out my friend in town with this. Observe. It is a reverse guitar track in there somewhere. It's a blast from a previous live stream. that was old Chris Stream. This is current Chris Stream. So let's pause that and shut this off and get back to actual coding. You were just in a time warp. And I'll tell you why. The reason I just did that the way that I did was because I was trying to shout out local boy from Audio Damage who made Circa. And the guy that moved into my town is not actually the audio coder. He's the GUI coder. And the GUI is very pretty. So only playing the audio out of that session, although I could play it very nicely, doesn't really give you a sense of what it was like. And I felt like doing that. So yeah, and let me skip over back after I had talked about the 3-band EQ for Grens. David, no. Which is not to say there couldn't be something like that. The deal with Trident A-Range is it's one of those hardware consoles that I'm quite interested in because they were essentially a 4-band shelving thing that made some of the records I really enjoy. And I'm not simply talking about old David Bowie or whatever. I'm pretty sure that Van Halen's Fair Warning also came off of an A-Range, and it's maybe the best sounding Van Halen record. What you'll get out of say an SSL is more like 1984. That doesn't sound the same. Also, Devo's Duty Now for the Future came off of a Trident A-Range. So that does have my interest. It would be more along the lines of the basic general concept of here's your 4-band EQ, here are the controls that you had back in the day. This is made to sound as good as it can the way that I do it. And then probably also some stuff like the also not out yet Slew 4 to deal with, like when I put out Console LA, that had a tendency of getting very bright, which was less useful to me. POV, you're deep in a Minecraft tunnel. Well, having gone away and made another cup of coffee, which is this. Check it out. I have my inspiration. Inspiration doesn't only come from coffee, but stepping away from beating my head against this stuff gave me what I needed. And if only I can remember it from when I was thinking about it just now. That's the name of the new plugin. So the deal there is we're doing bed crushing, but we're doing it on 3 bands in this unusual way, which I'm coming up with in order to make it be good. So why not have a cool name? Because it's not quite a parametric, it's not quite a bit crusher. Hip crush. And the H reminds you of that it's going to eventually go into console H. HPCH for hip crush. So the next thing to do is move all of this stuff over. Indeed, indeed, indeed. I see that I have already included in this parametric stuff the kinds of encoding that I would do for getting stuff ready to put into console H, namely these values and parameter assignments get special code names rather than just A through Z, because there will be many of them. Not as many as in the original console X, but more than in console X2. I don't know how many more, though. Might very well end up with just these, the 3-band, the crossfader between it, the low pass and high pass, which would be cabs 2, and the 4-knob dynamics thing. I think that might, well, but, and yet that's not true, because I might also want to include that donut type behavior on the dynamics. But yeah, here's a start. Might end up doing a bunch of revising, making this go slower. After all, it's not simply frequency gain and resonance. In fact, unless would that R be interpreted in some way as bit crush? I think not. I think I'm going to have to do something else. It's fine. But I might as well start with that now. It's not going to be resonance at all. It's going to be bit crush. We're going to keep the dry wet because the end up one is going to act kind of the same way. 0.5. These are probably fine, but I might want to do something else with them, like start them out at 0 just to emphasize that work with one of these at a time, or you don't have to have them all going at once. In fact, let's do that. So frequency, all well and good. Initial volumes are in fact 0. That means it will be silent at startup. And then this is nice and tidy and convenient. We've got all of this going on. This is apparently 3 bands. So that's cool. It's one way of doing it. I don't really do things in a functional programming way, but there are still times when I'm making stuff easier for myself. And I can step forwards on that as well, because all I have to do is remove that line and that line. And now I have just 2 stages instead of 3. And I believe I will be able to re-implement that and make it work fairly. First order of business is make it work, then change it. He says as he copies these things over and immediately changes them. Oh, do what I say, not what I do. Or I don't know, maybe do what I do. We'll see. If this ends up being a disaster, then maybe don't do what I do. So I'm going to paste these, and some of them will not work because I changed them. So this at least gives me a nice way of checking to see which ones I changed, which is only the bit crush ones. Ooh, also param TRR, that doesn't make any sense, does it? We don't have that. I have to change that. And now that's not set up correctly, so I got to go back over here and find what I missed, and it was in this enum. See how it goes TRB, and then I haven't done any of these ones yet. So I got to do these. Beep. Do I have enough space for that? If I do it like this. When used with the control surface, finally, what's going to happen is frequency and treble are going to be on the joystick, and the crush is going to be the little controls in between the joysticks. Otherwise, it'll just sit there being... Okay, if I hit save, these will go blue, yes? Yes. And now I got to do these. No reso, not R. B for bit crush. And now the other screen should be lit up properly, and it will be showing me what I need to change next. And again, I got to copy this over because this has custom parameters rather than just A through Z. And then I'll have to change some of them because it's not just A through Z. And it'll show me what needs to be changed by what is not in green. So here we go. Rest of it seems fine. Oh, up here. There we go. And then the high mid. You see them turning blue as I go. Means I got the name right. And there's that covered. We got to initialize. The initialize will not actually need any changes. And that is because it's counting up to biquad S total. And that's different depending on whether I made changes earlier. So that part runs just fine. And now we got to do this. There's going to be some visible changes in here. Although I'm fairly happy with like how neat and tidy it is. It's not very messy. Being able to use this on the VST version as well will speed things up. So get overall scale up to while. And what we see is this will work. I've got my frequency set up right. I'm probably fine with keeping the frequencies as they are. I didn't anticipate doing a pitch shifting plugin today. Remember, we've got glitch shifter, we've got pitch nasty, we've got a variety of things like that. I could see evolving pitch nasty in a different way, one that is not as nasty as it was. So here we set this to TRB, and then the same for this, and then the same for this. But now we've also got to do an edit here. This section is a section of biquadness that we're not actually... Whoa, hang on. Whoa, 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 whoa. I have to change some of these parameters. Which also means I have a choice to make. Or I can just leave it knowing that this is set up to work. Because see, what we have here, and it wouldn't be that difficult to put this back. What we have here is 3 different bands of resonance. These numbers 1.931, 0.707, and 0.517, those are numbers associated with staggering the resonances in order to make it behave a certain way. In particular, it looks like, I'm clippy now, it looks like you're trying to do this. Would you like help with that? It looks like it's trying to do a staggered resonance thing to make a steeper cutoff, and doing the steepest resonance first, and then just stacking more of them as it goes. If I just took off the lowest resonance, well, here's the thing though. Like, I have a fixed resonance frequency that is available by Quad's Reso. It can go down to just about 0, or maybe I can have it go down to 0. I'm not entirely sure. What can it do? Input level coming in is going to be 0 to 1. So Biquad's Reso is going to be 0 to 1. That means I can flatten the resonance out to nothing, or max it out at, when there's 3 parameters like that in a stacked up graduated version of the thing, where it's stacking up 3 biquad filters in order to do a thing, and it's stacking up 3 biquad filters which are band passes. So it's not really, also I wonder whether I'm staggering the frequencies. It looks like I'm not staggering the frequencies. Also, this is very interesting. I have a nonlinearity factor in my console X. That's not present in console X2. Console X2, I'm doing the filtering in a modified way that'll be more aggressive in some ways, but it doesn't push as hard on let's mimic retro consoles. This is not necessarily meant to be a retro console sound. So I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. First thing I'm going to do is the stuff that I have selected here. These are for calculating these things, but these things are not in blue like those are. And that means we only have 2 stages of biquad filter, but they're still peak filters, so they can be quite resonant. They can be as resonant as I want them to be, in fact. And that's going to apply here. And it's going to apply here. Having just removed this, now I have each of these are doing either the Butterworth frequency, but it doesn't really matter because it's a bandpass filter, or an additional frequency that doesn't actually make any sense. But what we're looking at, and in fact this should work just as it is, question mark. I can make it even worse. I can go question mark, vocal fry. Oh, this could work just as it is. But I'm not a hipster, so I'm not going to do that. But what we can do is copy over the remaining parts of this. And at that point, we're off and running on the new thing. So what's going to happen here, and I don't think I'm using temp, I do think I'm using dry sample, is I just paste that in. And now we've got 3 of these things. We get a wet dry available. Level is not going to be what this is. Rather than doing -1, these are all simply going to be additive. I know that already. We're not going to correct the volume. See, that gave me the extra boostiness going on. So we're doing a bunch of changes already. I maybe don't need to use this. Maybe I can also remove this while I'm going. Let's. I don't think that's it would be distracting from the kind of distortion I want, to have a distortion of fake analog in here. We're doing something else. So we'll cut that. We'll replace this. We'll delete this, and we're going to do the same for each of these other ones. I can also remove that term. That'll make it a little bit easier to do, I think. So when I say remove that term, what that meant in my brain as I did it was, if I go down here, this is all the ingredients of the biquad filter. I've already removed the 3rd layer of them. And we're keeping some of the various things in here. It's also in stereo, which it doesn't need to be, but we'll leave that for the moment. But this is the non-lin factor, and I can simply remove it. I don't know whether this biquad's dis, what that's doing. I think these whole sections can go. And in fact, if I, because it's part of that whole discontinuity stuff, do I also need a temp? Or does that just live here? Well, you look at that. I think I may be able to simplify this into the form of a normal, not weird and distorted biquad filter. I'm not completely and totally convinced that I should. So one of the things I'm looking at now, in the middle of doing all this, and I do have the option of leaving this here. I'm doing all this before getting anything running. That's maybe a mistake. I could simply do this, undo the initial change that I did here, and let's see that. And then I think the next change lives up here. No? Ah. And then one for the treble. And then what was the previous one that I had done? Yep, that was still there. And then the level stuff, that was what I had not changed. So this actually, I stop here, but we still have non-lin happening. And we are actually using it for the level controls. At this stage, I can probably take some of these out. Namely, I see. Look at this. Here's where this part stops. This is the earlier section. These are the 3 sections I'm working with. This be something else entirely. Yeah, this is a gain trim on either end of this. And these are my filters. So what I can do is space the rest of these guys out too, to establish that concept. Changing the spacing of a C program doesn't make it act any differently. Yeah, so I have 2 levels of level. And in fact, this is yet another level of boost on top of that. So I feel like that I can lose. Including here. And then the remaining bit is, now that I've separated out those bits that were part of the code, this isn't, because this has biquads E and F. Those are factors that aren't present in this anymore. I took away extra levels. And so now it has only 2 stages, and we're going to put the DRes in the middle of them. Possibly building them into this whole thing. And by thing, I mean this array, which has all these named things in them. So this gets deleted in its entirety because we don't need to use it anymore. As does this, same deal. As does this. I'm pretty sure if once I get past the undeclared stuff, ooh, unused variable dry sample? What's up with that? I feel like it's supposed to have dry in there somewhere. Oh, I see why. I do indeed have parametric, but the way the original parametric worked, you only added it to input sample. So it passing by, it generates a bunch of stuff, adds it to input sample. That's not what we're doing here, so we need to reformulate that a little bit. So there is, now we have dry sample, and now we are in fact using dry sample. It is not purely a parallel filter stage here. We have to use the dry sample for stuff. And also now that we have compiled it once, we get to compile it again, and build succeeded. Let's see what we got out of this newly created plugin. It doesn't do any bit crushing yet. We're going to be getting to that momentarily. in theory, what this should have produced, and bear in mind I have not adjusted anything with this yet, is a simple, we can pick something loud for it. Let's go find it under H. Oh no, what's happened to my screen? It's gone crazy. That's not supposed to happen. I've added too many plugins. Hip Crush. Did not select it that time. Maybe I need to restart Twisted Wave. I shouldn't have to restart Twisted Wave. It should be fine. Okay, open Curse You. There you go. So what we should have out of this is currently silence. This shouldn't do anything. Although actually, no, I lie. It should. It should be resonance. This is frequency, and this is going to bring in a volume. Frequency. Good, good. And this isn't a crush yet, so it's resonance. And it's set up the way that the SSL is, where more means broader, less means narrower. We're not going to use that. We're going to do something else. We're going to make it so that as you boost, you go to a really tight one, and boost as in this. And you cut, and it goes to an even wider one than this. So that's immediately some changes that can be made. Because even before bringing in the bit crush, I know the ways that this is going to need to work. This seems to work. I could be looking at how do I remove the discontinuity thing. Don't know if that's necessarily, I mean, the non-lin stuff seems to make sense there. Reso. And Reso is kind of a complicated algorithm, isn't it? Reso's compensated in a bunch of different ways. That's not relevant to what I'm going to be trying to do with it. That's only relevant to making it work like an SSL console. We're not doing that. Give me a moment. I'm fussing with the wood stove. Don't need to make it any hotter in here, but I do need to open up the damper so that the remaining embers burn out faster. So yeah, maybe let's start looking at this reso factor. So if I take this part out, and it's going to be from there. Reso can go from damn near 0 to very, very high numbers. Let's simplify the crud out of this. And we know we don't want it to go inverse. So let's simplify, because we're going to be using this and multiplying it by stuff. So what happens if we literally just start from here? That's a lot simpler, right? Because we are no longer attempting to imitate. Oh, look, no more scrolling. See, if this works and we can make it match, we can do reso equals not LMB, but LMG. And that'll come in handy. I'm tempted to remove the nonlin. I'm really tempted to remove the nonlin. I feel like that's where we're going with this. But for starters, we've just done a thing. It should still run. And I believe you can make reso be 0. I don't think everything crashes and dies if you do that. Although we're going to find out real fast if I'm correct about that. And I know people don't normally go around making biquad filters have resonance 0. I'm not most people, so we'll see what happens. So what should have happened is we can still do this. We should be able to still run it. Reso is now 0.5. And we're actually making it very loud. But if your reso is incredibly tiny, you no longer have a filter anymore. And it doesn't matter what the frequency is set to because it's the same. That's the thing biquad filters can do. This is a bandpass. Oh, see you later, Grins. This is a bandpass, but it's not acting like one anymore. But it is still rolling off the extreme low and extreme high frequencies, and that can be useful too. So now that we increase... Oh, grabbed the wrong control. Now it's a bandpass. Now it's a really tight bandpass. Also bear in mind we're not using the direct resonance value on this. We're using it times 1.9 and times 0.707 or something like that, because those numbers aren't correct yet. They could be whatever. We're doing band passes, so it doesn't really matter what we try to make it do. So far, this is functional and working. I'm really tempted to go after those nonlin. And I'm still not sure whether that's the right thing to do. But I can tell you one thing that I do know. And that is we're doing all of these numbers on things. Like the 0.77, that makes it be a Butterworth cutoff. If I take reso and make it be get param HMB plus like 0.707, that means that the lowest possible setting for resonance is actually the Butterworth is a working bandpass. But remember, we're going to take this reso and basically override it with level. So that gets interesting too. One thing I had a bunch of gain on tap with that. I feel like I'm maybe not necessarily going to need that much gain, so I'm going to take some of these factors out, which simplifies it. In particular, it does mean that I can just directly put in the parameters I want. And not make this correction. Not make this correction. See how things are starting to look simpler? This will make it easier to remove some of these things when it's time to. So reso, the idea behind reso here was I should be able to start at 0, which is silence, bring it up and have it go through a broadband area to become increasingly loud and increasingly narrow. Let's see where we're at. We'll start with seeing what it looks like. Oh, I have to have a plus in there. If reso starts with this, and we're going to go in and get this started right now. And then, one further thing that I'm going to do is we're going to stagger these differently. Because if I have only 2 of these, I don't necessarily need to do both of them at the same. I could have this be a different factor, and you can probably guess what factor I have in mind. You can make a stacked filter using the golden ratio. I believe the values that you want for that are 0.618 and 1.618. So I'll build that into the calculation. In fact, that does mean that I have to put a calculation in there, but that's fine. Or I can try to find, oh, I bet I can find it in here, can't I? Or can I? Don't mind me getting confused. That is the way. You'd think I'd have the golden ratio on my desktop where I needed it. And yet I don't. You'd think calculators would have it on hand when you needed it, but they also don't. Maybe Verb6s has them. Maybe Verb6s doesn't have that. Why would I think it would be there? What would give me the optimism to think that it would be living there? No, clearly not. This is a small window because this is what I use every morning for an hour generating new, like this is the most recent reverb that I generated. Let's open something else that does have golden ratio in it. Oh, could it be the angle filter used it in some way? Sounds like the sort of thing I would do in a very custom one. Or not. Okay, never mind. Let's search for it. It's one of those coding sessions where I'm grateful that early afternoon people are sparse. Come on, you. Show me. Bada boom, got there. So let's see. Firstly, just for fun, we don't need to make this stop at the Butterworth magic number. We'll make it stop at the golden ratio magic number and see what that sounds like when we do it. And then everywhere reso exists here, these ones become smaller. These ones become bigger, but I'll do that later. Oh, missed these. Let's do these. And there's a reason I'm making the less resonant one in front of the bit crush and the more resonant one after. I think that's probably going to sound better. I could also do one where you're filtering harder into the bit crush and then filtering less hard afterwards. And I feel like I would prefer to do it this way. It's just a hunch. It'll be more flavorful that way. At least that is what my hunch suggests. So we're running with it. Okay, and now we start replacing these. And the second one is, in fact, a higher resonance than before. Having the second stage be more resonant means that it's going to become increasingly capable of making a sort of resonant sounding peak on the post-filtered version. And having done those things, that should actually run. We've just changed some numbers, and there's a million golden ratio numbers in there now. So we do at least get to see what that sounds like before actually doing any bit crushing. And indeed to see whether I've screwed everything up somehow. I probably have not, but, you know, never make assumptions. We'll see. And yeah, so treble, high mid, low mid. Our level is silence. This no longer does anything, I think. Frequency. Okay, so we can get a sweepy sounding thing. Less intense now. And we can probably add more to the gain. We can probably boost the gain. And we can probably have the gain be nonlinear in a very particular way. Remember how when you do this kind of input thing and you're just multiplying by it and causing the gain? And you use a power factor. And what the power factor does is it makes it like a logarithmic taper, so that rather than being, you know, loud here and loud here and loud here, and then it finally gets quiet as it gets closer to 0. If it's a logarithmic taper, you're multiplying it by itself, meaning that this position is actually this multiplication. This position is actually like here. And I'm going to be looking to do the opposite of that, which is have it stay loud as it creeps down in this direction. And only when you hit silence does it really cut out. So that's going to be the opposite kind of behavior. That's going to be 1.0 minus power 1.0 high mid gain that goes from 0 to 1. You invert it twice that way, and it will cause all of the values to creep towards the loud side of the scale. And we can probably even boost that. Can probably do even more than that, but that will be a start, and that's what we're going to do on level. Oh. And that'll work, because we're inverting it twice, so it's going to cause stuff to be louder. And we can probably also boost it. By how much? Why not just reuse some of these Mimi golden ratio amounts? Supposing that was the right volume. We shall see. Because we've just made everything sort of vaguely louder now. And same deal with this. Oh. But rather than fuss over the precedence of operators, I would like to just do this. So let's continue that. Bada boom, one more and we should be good. Paren. Now what do we got? That should have worked. I haven't changed anything else yet. Have I built? There we go. I just hit save. I did not hit build. So what should be happening now, though I have not changed anything else, is that it will be louder as I crack it off of silence, and it will go to a louder level at the endpoint. We can exaggerate this more too. So there's our middle point. I think my guesstimate for the levels is about right. So remember how I said that we can change the power number here? The more we do this, the more it is going to try to make the middle part of the travel of the control louder. So I can do 3. And that's really going to be bringing up the loudness of the reso section. I could also dial back some of this behavior. Everything is too resonant in that I can't actually... So let's see. So we're talking about fooling with the resonance. I seem to be basically happy with how tight it becomes when it's being really resonant. In fact, I could even make it go more. I'm basically okay with where it's at in the middle, but it is too quiet and not a broad enough frequency range as I lower that control. I'd like to have it be able to do its bit crush thing, but not be that exaggerated of a band limiter. It's too much of a telephone sound when the control is set too low. So what I might do to exaggerate it in both directions is this. I'm currently looking at reso equals get parameter plus 0.618. I can take that and simply put a power factor on it. That will cause the lower settings to become even lower, but the higher settings, which it will be able to go beyond 1, in fact it can go to 1.618. That'll just increase that even more. That'll be 1.618 multiplied by itself if it's a power of 2. So looks like we're getting into more powers now. Like that. And likewise for and that's going to cause the lower settings to go way lower, or at least somewhat lower. I can exaggerate it as it goes. And the high settings to go higher. And that will get me the kind of behavior I'm looking for. In the meantime, I've also taken the level and multiplied the scaling factor of that one by 3 also. So we should, and we haven't even put in any of the, when I start putting in the bit crushing, it'll start really sounding cool. At that point, it'll be exciting to have people pouring in and watching the stream, because then it'll start making much more interesting noises. But I'm still playing with the noises that are less interesting. I don't know if I'd call it less interesting. These sounds are cool too. In fact, it's a non-lens sound, so it's got more going on for it than even that. But I have something in mind as far as where I want, because this control maps to the up and down of the joystick. And this control maps to the side of the joystick. So the idea is, it's not just a boost cut now. It's bring this funny band-limited bit crush thing into life and then play with it. And a mid-range sound would be like this. Oh, that's not the sound I wanted. This is. Here we are. Okay, that sounds pretty full range. It's not really full range, but it sounds a little more full range. It's not super resonant, is it? And then we can go a lot more exaggerated. See, this is what I'm looking for as far as disruptive sounds. You could just about put Beatles through this and it would be unrecognizable already. That's kind of what I'm shooting for. So this would be the end where it goes from silence to sounding a little bit like a full range thing. It's maybe not as far. And bear in mind we have, and of course, Crush doesn't do anything yet. So we're on just 6 controls for all of this. We've got all the other ones available too. And here's where we learned that you can reconstruct a sound out of bands, like this. So there's a distorted guitar based out of bands. So this stuff is more or less guaranteed to sit in a mix well, which is one of the reasons I'm running with it. We're making it be this way. Rather than this way. Because you can construct a mix into sound out of things just like this. At full crank, all of these are completely just resonant. But we have roughly the same sound, a similar sound anyhow. At half crank, we have something that is obviously filtered, and at less than that, like say, now we're starting to lose gain. So you can kind of balance it like it was an EQ. And so now it's like sweep around the things. This is what just the controls do. And we have a pretty respectable res EQ variation on just 2 controls out of the 3 for each channel. So even with that bitch crush, this has uses. We can use this to manipulate a sound, and in fact, even push all of the factors of it to make something that's bigger and louder in the mix. Whether I want it to be bigger and louder in the mix at the center of the travel of these controls is another question. There's a way that I can manipulate that, and that's using the curves of these power factors. And that's maybe where I'm going next. Because what I've got is louder, not necessarily that much louder. Kinda, but also not. You've got the ability to be very sharp, and that's probably desirable. But my assumption is we're not going to be building this composite sound out of all bands at full crank all the time. Instead, you'll be like, I want more lows. There's lows. I want less mids. Goodbye mids. We're only on highs. And we're comparing it against the raw sound, which takes up this amount of space. But the way I've got it, the middle position is too loud. What that means, functionally, for me tweaking this and dialing it in, is level being 1.0 minus power 1.0 minus to the third power is causing the middle of the travel to be too loud now. I could adjust that by dialing this down and not boosting by 1.618, etc. And that is a possible answer. So it's worth testing. That's how we do that. You notice what happened? There's a multiplication there. So if I put the semicolon and then only one, that comments out everything, because slash asterisk is a form of comment, but double slash asterisk is not. Now let's see how that's doing. If it is not doing things effectively, what I can do is change that from 3 to 2 on each one. And this is all in the process of getting it to work and be cooperative as you end up using it. I have a vision, or an imagination at least, for how I think it's supposed to act. Okay, we're cutting down level this way. And we're cutting down level this way. So that's not what I want. It kind of works, but at the same time, it's cutting. And see, we can make it be broader or narrower, but it's still cutting the level too much. So much for that idea. Let's do the other one. Put those back, and we don't do a factor of 3, we do a factor of 2. What that's going to do is force the curve to be less extreme, and that's going to make the middle of the travel be less loud. Hey, we'll check. This is to go into console H for the hip hop crowd. I'm trying to get this right. I haven't even put in the bit crush yet. Stick around for that one, because it's going to be quite something. I'm basically just trying to get the raw make stuff out of parametric bands thing, because this is going to, people start putting stuff together and dialing things in based on this, they will have a very interesting time, because what it's going to do is make it possible to do a big impactful mix with a lot of obvious components to it that are all constructed out of multiple resonant peaks. That's literally what we're playing with right now. And that'll make people's mixes generally bigger. It'll give you the telephone effect, yes, but it'll also give you many other effects. So I forgot to get it going on just that guitar. The guitar is a good example of a loud sound that I want to run with, and I would like it to be roughly equal in volume to bypass. When all of the volumes are about the center, and I think it is. It's taking a little volume out. So this is the broad version. This is the version where you can still hear everything that's happening, but it's composed out of 3 peaks. And again, if you take one of the peaks out, you have only 2 of the peaks left. And then if we boost everything, it's a little boosty, but not too aggressively extreme. And the more you boost, the tighter it is. So you can have your low mids of the guitar coming through here. You can have it be less resonant. You can have the treble be less resonant. There, now we've got some treble in there. But it's broader. So this is closer to the original sound, but we've sculpted the heck out of it, and we're focusing only on high mids. I'm tempted to make the travel of all of these overlap completely so that they all go from like maximum possible brightness to minimum possible bassness. I'm not sure if I'm going to do that. I'm contemplating it. And one other fun thing you can do with this type of filter is that you can seek areas of power rather than areas of preponderant energy. Let me explain what that is. That's a Slipperman thing. Slipperman is not with us any longer. I made friends with him, but I never got to hang out with him. He was Tim Gillies, the noted metal engineer, did stuff like Thursday and Taking Back Sunday. And when dealing with distorted guitars, which this is, he talked about whether you were going to use your parametric EQ, a really tight parametric EQ, to boost areas of preponderant energy or areas of power. We currently have this set up as exactly that. And we're listening to, say, a little bit of broad range and a lot of low mid. So what does that mean? Check out the volume changes between like this and below it. You got areas of preponderant energy. It's louder here. So you could use this to search for where the cabinet resonates. There. And that's where the cabinet resonates. So you make your loudest sound there, but that's not necessarily where you want the boost to live. Because if you're doing the rest of it, like your primary sound is like here, and then your low frequency is just a sort of rumble, you could dial that around and search for an area where it is more power and relevant sound rather than just rumble and whoomph. So I'll do that now. And that's also a tight band, but it's a little closer to what the guitar's actually doing rather than being an undifferentiated rumble. Or I can go lower than that. And now that's a frequency lower than the cabinet rumble, but it is kind of producing a cabinet weight effect a little bit. And as I de-tighten it by pulling it back like this, we get a zone where it feels like the low frequencies of a speaker cabinet are there. And yet mostly what it is a really tight bandpass. And so there's a guitar tone that is constructed out of 3 really tight bandpasses to replace this sound, which takes up a lot more space. So having got that working, and I could also bring it in using the dry wet, which I wasn't doing, but I could. The next thing, well, it was kind of sounding nice, I won't lie. I'm thinking about whether I want to take that non-lin out. I'm really wondering about that. So we'll start, I guess, by commenting it out. So I think what I get here, this is the section that's non-lin, this is the section that is actually a biquad filter. I believe that is where this lives. The part I'm wondering about is what I'm doing with this biquad out L, because it seems to be living in the same general place. Let's go and look up a original biquad filter. I know I've got some of those kicking around. I just have to look under biquad, and I have lots of them. I can look under biquad double. I think that's a pair of them. We're using bandpass. Bandpass means we don't have to use this factor, so it's going to look slightly different. But this is the form that a real biquad filter is made by. And what's happening here is I'm literally just doing 2 of them in a row exactly the same. That's not what we're doing in this one that I'm working on now, because we're doing it with different resonance settings. But biquad double is literally just 2 filters in a row. That said, I am using temp in here, so temp may very well be a valid thing to keep. Let's go up to having set these apart. Have I set these apart? I believe I have. So out L starts being the input level for all of these. I don't have input level in this, it's just a filter. Input sample, which is the part that, and interestingly, I'm running console 5 on this. Console 5 is the original raw sine, arc sine with the clipping that way, so it's very clean. I don't always use console versions on the internal workings of a biquad filter, but you can. Especially if it has high resonance, it might give you a good sound. So temp sample equals input sample times 2 factors that live inside here. Namely, so I'm pretty sure what we're going to see is biquad A7 and biquad A8 are the same as AL1 and AL2 here. Let's continue that assumption. Do we have, we do. I think I see what this is doing. So you remember, if we have this biquad 3 equals 0, we're working on a bandpass. So we don't actually include this, but we do have this. What that means is we're using biquad temp, and this discontinuity stuff applies in here. So how might we want to go about doing that? Okay, so we're starting with out L. And I believe running these in sequence is how we are stacking it up. So this part we're keeping. We don't necessarily want to be using biquad's discontinuity. And A0, that's biquad A2, I'm willing to bet. So temp sample and out L equals temp. Input sample equals temp sample. That goes there as well. So let's see. So this initial gain part lives by itself, as does the output part lives by itself. So this is the chunk that I'm trying to figure out which parts of it are the discontinuity calculation that's not part of a real biquad filter, and which part of it is the regular biquad filter. And it's complicated slightly by the fact that since we have a notch filter, we don't have to do this part. So we've got BiQS temp. We don't actually refer to, yes we do. So we probably want to assign temp. So we probably want this part. This part probably belongs here. Plus AL1, I'm willing to believe, yep, AL1 is biquad A7, and then biquad A7 shows up immediately thereafter, and is temp sample. In this case, it's biquad S temp. It's just there in the array for convenience. AL2 minus biquad temp times B1. That's going to be there. The reason that's that way is because it's this, which ended up being 0 always, minus, so it is negative temp sample times biquad A5 plus biquad A8. So adding a negative is the same as 8 subtracted by, and that's the same as L2 subtracting this. So that still makes sense. So probably what we're looking at is temp sample needs to be input times biquad A2 plus biquad A7. In other words, plus AL1. So out 2, or out L rather, so temp equals input sample times, well, we're using biquad A2 here, so okay, I see where we, So biquad's dis is mostly just manipulating this one. It's high biquad's A0, which isn't showing up elsewhere, but we need to use it for this part. So that just made everything a lot simpler. Biquad out L, we're doing it as part of the input energy coming in. We're multiplying it by biquad's nonlin, which also means that it's A0 times 1 plus this. If nonlin was 0, this would be 1. So it would be 1 times this. That's the same as just using it directly, so we have our answer. Boop, and then we get to delete all of this. And that will simply work. Same deal with this here. We do have to include this line of code, and I will go through and further edit it in there. And here. But we need to just go and find where it says biquad's A0 and put it where biquad's dis is, because that's how this was all implemented. So that can go away. This is the one that gets modified from C0, and so C0 is the one we want. Same deal. Then we have a high mid, so it's a different set of array values, but it's the same behavior. This is what's being modified into this new value. So having copied it over, we can just use it directly, and now it is going to behave better. Same deal with here. And lastly, here, the low mid version. Then I get to delete that stuff. And again here. And then we've worked out that all of this is part of the stuff that is getting removed from this. This is also going to make this entire setup run faster, and that is in line with my wishes for this entire plugin. I want console 8 to be able to run on a potato. Now, that might not be completely reasonable, but my vision for this is the one that anybody can use. This is the one that's super accessible. If you're a kid trying to make hip-hop on a Raspberry Pi, you should be able to run this with it and do all kinds of exciting, amazing things. And it also turns out that we can now remove nonlin. Don't we remove temp? No. We can remove nonlin and dis. Imagine doing a hip-hop console and removing dis. I'm not coding this for Drake. We're leaving. Actually, no, I am removing dis, so I guess I am. Sadly, the console H is the console that removed dis, but Drake's lawsuit failed, so we can safely remove dis in this one and we'll still be fine. Let's quickly see if it worked. It did not. What happened? Oh, I missed one. Well, guess what? I remember which one it was that I just changed. So A0 is the value I'm going to want. And it's just sort of 2 spaces above, and it should be consistent throughout that this is the one that I just changed. And so that doesn't take me very much time to repair it all. And now it should be hunky-dory. And we don't need biquad double kicking around anymore. Let's quickly see whether this part worked. We are very close to putting in the bit crushers, at which point everything will go crazy, and that's going to be a lot of fun. That's going to be a lot more fun. But this is still kind of fun because essentially what I'm doing with this, even without the bit crush, this serves a purpose. And it will serve the purpose in the final, like you'll be able to be running a mix using all of this stuff and go, hey, wait a minute. This guitar or this sound or whatever, I feel like it should be cutting through the mix but not getting in the way. Let's whip out Console H. It has that control setting in there where you can dial in all these pungent resonances, and we can construct it out of pungent tight resonances very easily and quickly. Let's run and do that. You go and do it, and then the sound gets the heck out of the way of everything else and makes it easier for you to work with, even without running the bit crushes. Essentially just like this. And again, hopefully it works. Here's our mids. Pretty wide mid-range. And that's the sound of none of that noddling. So if everything was sitting in the middle, now it does this. And then if we wanted a boost, push all the controls up. Full range, band passes. We also have an interesting effect here with the dry wet, because that's going to be part of this. You're going to be able to fade it between this and a simple 3-band. There's a zone here where it's interacting in an interesting way. We got our full edge here. And you can dial it back a little bit. Now that's getting a little more into the old radio sound again. And remembering you don't have to have these full crank, I can use them like they were a simple graphic EQ. Including zeroing in on an area of power there. And the more I drift towards dry, the more we're leaning to that full range sound. But you get to really negate the full range sound. Yeah, middle settings seem to be pretty respectable as far as behaving fairly normally. So it's time to get abnormal. Let's code bit crushers for each band individually. Bit crushers that ride between the resonant filters, meaning that they're going to bit crush. They're going to either act like they're compressy or act like they're gatey. It's going to act exactly the same way. But, and let's see, what was the one? I think it was Debez, which is not out yet, but you can have it. If you want it really badly, I'll put that out this coming week. It's that or like Soft Clock 2. Soft Clock 2 is revised. So D for Debaz. Let's see what this code in here looks like. Do we have variables that we carry around in here? It's not part of the undersampling. This is also, I think, not part of it. Ooh, although, maybe it does need to be part of the undersampling. Let's see what my code looks like for doing the thing that I did. Because we're going to start with, firstly, this is a heavily smoothed thing. It's running all of its stuff. We want bit to do the work here. So we're starting with this, and it's going to go between 0 and 2, apparently. What's that going to look like here? It's going to look like, having done this, we're going to add that here. There. Now we automatically have a new variable to play with. What's that going to look like? It's going to look like this stuff we just commented out. That's what. Oh, need a capital for that. Boom. That's exactly what I need for each one of these. So and when I say exactly, I mean not exactly. Because in the other one, I'm definitely multiplying by 2. So we're going to multiply by 2 here as well. There. Now we have a biquad S bit for each one of these. And we're going to leave the H file because I might need more. And all of this stuff seems to be part of the BezEQ. And here's what we have just replicated up, but we do need to, actually it's a -1, isn't it? So it starts as 0 to 2, but what it really is -1 to 1. Let's make that happen. But and ta-da, and final one over here. There. Now it is the combination of those things that made up the bit crush in Debez. Next, let's ignore this part maybe, and here's the part that I'm going to want. That's the part I'm going to want. Seems legit. Let's start porting it to its new location. I'm going to start by trying to do it in the high frequencies area. And then if that works, or if I can make sense of it, I will double checking to make sure that it's what I think it is. Yep, that's correct. That happens to be something that I'm just doing to soften things. We're not going to use that. And let's see. So we're literally using input sample L here. And this looks to be the code I'm going to want. I do wonder whether, I think maybe I'm restricting it to 16 bits maximum. And I could put a bypass in if it is exactly in the middle. And that seems doable. Ooh. Yeah, I'm just looking at this and seeing where I can bypass the entire thing if I'm not actually, if it's not dead in the middle. If it is dead in the middle, I shouldn't be bit crushing it. This is part of the normal frequency range of everything. I should be able to, let's see what we can make happen here. This is the code that's doing that bit crushing, the bidirectional bit crushing. So if I copy that, I should be able to run with it. And then this is all I would need to have biquad's bit do what it's supposed to. And then guess what? This is the exact middle of each of these, where the gentle filtering is in the beginning, and then the steeper filtering is at the end. And applying a gentle filtering will help this sound better. And then there's my end part. So bit crush goes here, bit crush goes here, and finally bit crush goes here. But it needs to be changed around just a little before I put it in those other places. So firstly, here, not too fast. Here is where each one's custom bit crush setting lives. And the reason I can do this is because we're generating a smooth bit crush, which makes no sense because it's going to be like an integer. Or is it? Wait, no, it isn't. Is it? It's not going to be an integer. Let's go and see what it was. Bit equals a double. Huh. That's what we want to do, because we have to do it over again every sample. So we're starting with the real setting, but then we keep changing it around, so we have to be able to resort to the original value. So far, so good. We're defining it here. We'll presumably be redefining it every step of the way. This is getting manipulated in this way. That stuff should still work. That should still work. Technically doing a power function every sample, a little sketchy, but what do you want? I can probably, and we're not inside deep-Bez anyhow, so no Bezier filters here. And then instead of doing input sample, we want to do something else. Namely, we're passing through high out L. That's what we're carrying through here. So input sample instead becomes this. And then we manipulate it, and then we're making temp back out of it with some other manipulations as well. So that looks to be the final change. And there will be a stereo version in which it's out R. And all of this is subject to whether or not we probably want to have these here. I'm trying to decide whether we do. I mean, they could simply be, well, no, they can't, can they? Or can they? These are temporary values, so they don't need to be associated to each filter independently. But I could build them into the filters, at which point everything would be defined by the filter alone. And it'd have 3 times as many of these as I would technically need in the code. Or, because the thing is, if I make all of this, if high biquads bit is actually equal to 0, I want to bypass all of this, not do any of the math, not run any of the code, and not have it even bit crushed to 16-bit. Have it be full resolution, like 64-bit double precision on the filters. That's what it should do if it is literally in the center. But that's not what we're doing here, is it? So, and if I build this stuff into a if statement, so it only runs if it is in the center, then I'm going to run into need for these little values later. So one thing I could do is this. Every time I actually use these, I will have defined them in some way. But if everything's bypassed, I never use them at all. Now that also can produce its own error messages if you've used something and it's not, if you've got something uninitialized and the compiler is like, but what if you used it somewhere? Not noticing that if it's being used, it's because you're going into a section of code that does this. But now we can do this, and now we can copy it over to a different place. And in fact, I can also smoosh stuff together a little bit too. And then if we do that, it does not run if we don't use it. Because if it's 0, nothing happens. If it's 0, it's supposed to be maxed out. And having done that, we'll make a little lump of code. Maybe we can make it be a little more logical like this. Or indeed, do I really need to be smushing it? It could be like, well, no, I'm smushing it. I've got multiple sections going on in here. But I don't know, that feels like so disrespectful to functional programmers and people who need to have stuff not obfuscated. So we can just leave it like this. I do wonder whether I need these in two separate statements, though. Like they're sequential. They're always sequential, so I can combine them. That's better than running them into each other adjacently. Do we have bit anywhere else here? So we've got that there, so that's fine. Maybe I can remove one of these variables. Oh yeah, no, you wait. This is going to be interesting. Assuming it doesn't just break. Maybe I just broke it, but we'll see. So don't need those. So in theory, I can just make this sequential. And we never have to use bit at all. But we do need crush gate, I think. No, we do. Because I need to calculate it before I do this part. Notably, because bit factor is, if we do it sequentially like this, see, we're only using bit factor now. It ends up becoming the final result. And we're just doing these things sequentially, including assigning crush gate, which is a Boolean, based on what we start out with it. And we're running these sequential operations. It looks a little messy that way, but it's the same as it was in dbez. And dbez, in fact, still exists if you want to refer to how it actually works. But, so this stays unaffected. These operate in this way. This is combined together into a little chunk. We've defined these once in the order that we'll be using them. And we keep reusing them for each band. Hey, Jess. This code should work. I guess we'll find out real quick whether it does or not, because we're about to apply it to literally all the other bands. Seems legit. once more, and in theory, that will be good, and it'll be just add another band for the final version. Okay, folks, moment of truth. I think it builds. It did build. Let's just tidy this up. Let's close that. Let's see whether it worked. It is possible that this is done. If it's done, I may call it a day for the stream, having successfully got through to the end. Okay, this part still does. I see a problem. And said problem is that now we only get to use treble and none of the other bands are working. So we're not done. Now, why would that be happening when we've got these in a row? Well, we haven't changed the level of things at all. Biquad's bit is being assigned to treble here, and then mid here, and then low mid here. That part is still correct. Bit factor is being assigned here and then run. Sequentially. Maybe I have missed something? No, I would not. So high backwards bit. We should be passing through out L. So high mid is also working with L. We are supposed to be applying this individually each time. I wonder why we're not. Let's space these things out a little bit. This, after all, is the new code. I could just define these as needed. Nothing's really stopping me from doing that, is there? I can't do it quite like that, but all the same. We can do this, and this, and this, and we can do... See, at this point, I'm wondering whether that made anything change. Also, I am warming to the idea of removing the stuff I just did. So there's something to remove. Now I see whether that changed anything. Now each one of these has its own independent version. And of course, another thing is to check to see whether all these bands are functioning or not. Because it looks very much like I made the mid and low shut off. And they're not set to shut off. I'm supposed to be able to have all three of these on tap. We've got trouble. We do not have high mid. We do not have low mid. Treble crush is 0.5 and none of the other ones are. Here's the next experiment. What if this not 0.5? Okay, treble crush is working, none of the other ones are. What's going on? That's what I expected to hear. That's what I expected to hear. Junebug, you're going to miss out because I'm going to finish this in a blaze of glory and then log off. You should get up earlier in the morning if you want to troll me. So, what makes these different? What makes them different in such a way that it does not actually turn on anymore? Well, here's a possibility. What if I turned these off? Oh, I see the problem. I see the problem. Do you see the problem? Because I see the problem. Look at this. That's supposed to say H mid. That's why it's a problem. I think I can fix all of them that way. Check this out. We're almost there. I just missed a little bit, and that was enough to stop this particular factor, but it was just a very small oversight. I was looking for these two. I'm not sure why that got by me. Okay, where else? High anywhere? No? I'm so confident that was it that I'm going to tighten it back up into a lump again. Ba-da-boom. Nice thing about defining variables in the if statements is that I don't have to define them if they're not doing anything. Alrighty. Back into the proverbial breach. Treble. High mid crush. Compression crush. Gate crush. Low mid crush. Low mid gate. Okay, let's make these be neutral again. In fact, I'm going to go by So literally neutral setting. Here's your gated version. Compressed version. On drums. Oh, wrong knob. We're clipping a little bit though. Oh, I did the crushes, didn't I? Okay, so let's not do the crushes. Let's do the levels. We're still pushing levels a little bit, I gotta say. Although we're not pushing levels so far that we can't bring in a little bit of dry just to balance it. You'd let a little bit of dry in, and this will, going to 0.5 will take it down 6 dB, which I believe is enough. Yeah, that's enough. Now for something a bit different. Full wet now. Oh, let's keep that cranked. Let's keep all the levels cranked. There, now that's interesting. So you can gate the treble completely by pushing it all the way, but then you can also find it Oh, neat. Okay, so we can make a super high one. Okay, this is fun. And then if we take high mid down, which would be done using the joystick, here's where everything else is at. Bet you can't hear it. So my hat is a gate crush, way up there. And we can make it completely gate, or we can make it just peek out. Here's the kick crush. Again, you can just about gate it completely, although I can still have this thump. Frequency plays a role here too. And there you have it. And then, of course, completely separate. You can bring as much or as little of that as you want. Starts out as it's extremely crush, but it's also extremely broadband. It doesn't have to be this crushed, though. I've got it fully cranked, so it's a 1-bit crush. You can dial it back a little bit and then bring it up in level to compensate. There. We have created this out of this. I could do that with a Beatles track and you would not know what it was coming from. In particular, I'm loving the way that I have the 808 kick and a completely electric hi-hat out of this. It's coming out of this. This is destined for Console H. Also, you can have it this weekend if you really want, but then there's other things that are being asked for. And of course, it can just be smooth. It doesn't have to be a butt crush at all. Or you can bring in just a hint of it. Or, of course, now the only thing I am a little frustrated about is that we're cutting levels so hard with all this. but I'm not unhappy with the sounds it's producing. And now for something completely different. Oh, I'm killing my speakers. Hey, Om Namah Shivaya. In fact, no, Jess, not that. I think this will also go very nicely into cabs 2. Yeah, bear in mind, syn x into bitcrush stages into arc syn x would not make levels behave because they would blow up more aggressively. What I've got here is behaving pretty well as far as levels behaving. Bear in mind that we do have the capacity for just frequencies that don't have to be crushed at all. But then if you do start crushing them, you can go in two separate directions. One of them is a compressy crush. And one of them is a giddy crush. Which makes it louder. Well, I mean, bear in mind, Jess, most of what I'm doing is around the 1-bit level, so it really doesn't apply. Like you're hearing it basically kicking in and out of 1-bit. Everything in this range is the stuff that you're talking about, and you can't hear it doing anything. You can hear when it's doing this. And you can hear when it's doing this. Actually, this is a pretty good, let's see now. If everything's about in the middle, okay, instant techno rumble. And dialing back the level causes it to become more broadband rather than just a one frequency rumble like this. Although if you dial it to subsonic, that is thoroughly a subsonic techno rumble. the suffering of the subwoofers. And the making of an electro hat. So are you getting the low frequencies as much as I am? Because now you can hear it. So now we're turning into an industrial drum kit, complete with techno rumble. So here's the deal. I made that out of this. I think it worked. I think we're good. Let's see, that was it there. And if I wanted to, I could just cut these and have only the techno rumble. Or dial back the techno rumble. Too low. Okay, I can barely hear that, but all the same, that is a reinforcement. So if I was to live dangerously and turn my mains way, way up, I have a kind of subsonic boost going on. Or, as it's clean, nothing's happening. It's only when you start going to the 1 bit that things get crazy and unruly. So I add a weird grunge to the lows of the drum. I start turning it into this. Now I've synthesized a kick out of the actual kick. Now I've synthesized another kick. So I've completely reinvented the kick this way. And reinvented the hat as well. Into a completely synthetic, really weird sounding hat, because it is a bit crushed in the middle of double filtering. Starts at this, and you get to just turn it into this. Just cuz, just why not? Or if we want to be really rude, now we're really reinventing everything. Just a tiny bit of crazy high mid. Or indeed highs, why not? But on full crush. Full crush means full crush. Or we can back that off too. Yeah, I mean, the only thing about this is its output level is very faint, maybe. I wonder whether there is something that needs to be done about that. I don't know, I kind of like what I'm getting out of it anyway. Jazz for fun. Guitars. Well, nobody ever said console H was going to be nice. So check out where it goes from here. Background noise. Crush was at such a high level in the compression zone that it just turned everything into roaring background noise. Hip Crush. Yeah, it turned out to be pretty hip. Oh, you're quite welcome. I'm just trying to find other terrible things that I can put through. Oh, how about some drums that are normally not nice or good? How about a mess like this? Same settings. I thought I was doing the frequency there. In this case, these drums sound like this. Not very delightful until you're a trap guy? Cool. Here, in honor of that, let's make the highs be really trappy. Not near as damn it. Yeah, don't worry about it. The amount of nonsense going on in the back of this is most hilarious. Okay, that was messy. I think I'm having a little too much fun playing with this, and I risk blowing my subwoofers on this stuff. Do I have anything that is like really synthetic? I feel like throwing something on that is extremely synthetic. Well, one of the things that I could do is make unrecognizable something that I got for doing dubplate. Let's see what we can do with this. Because we're not supposed to, I don't feel like I'm supposed to play this live. So no dry, only wet. And no frequencies yet. Yeah, it's kind of trappy. Oh, more of that. More of that. Okay. A trappy, you say? Fair enough. We could play with that. Yeah, so that was the original source of a dubplate that I made the plug-in dubplate around. And I've never felt that I was licensed to play it directly on stream, but I didn't. I played it through the completely reconfigured... Oh, can we get even more daring? I bet I can. I bet I can get a little more daring. Now do you recognize it? Hey, Jazz. Let's go back to the other part. Technically, I'm playing the Beatles. Not so you noticed, though. So would you figure that was off of a Beatles multitrack? What else can we do with a bootleg Beatles multitrack of some kind? Yup, it works. It 100% works. You can use Hip Crush to obliterate Beatles tracks live on the internet and it doesn't do anything to you. I bet I could do that on a plug-in video. I bet I could throw that on a plug-in video and be like tweet, 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 tweet with the controls and not get content ID'd. And yeah, Jess, that's console 5. With one additional thing, you don't actually want sign max -1 min x plus 1. You want sign max negative m underscore pi underscore 2 and min x m underscore pi underscore 2, because that's where the maximum of the sine wave reaches its 1. What you're doing by mistake is clipping before you'd actually reach the output of the arcsine. But yeah, that's console 5. Cool beans. We got there. It's a little weird. It's a little funky. You might have to boost after it sometimes. But we got there. Oop, gotta quit out of here before we can get there. I'm going to start doing the VST. It is getting on towards 3. All in all, I think the high point of the stream was playing multiple Beatles multi-tracks through that without being content struck, because good luck actually being able to tell that's what it was, which is kind of the whole point. So I'm pretty sure I can at least get started on the VST version. We'll walk through some of that, and then I'll probably leave off early. If I hang around Junebug too long, my back starts to hurt. It's always a little bit easier to do one plugin update like this. Also, I'm going to skip ahead and do this bit. Multi-file search, gain, and hip crush. And I guess I'm looking for the VST master folder this time. That would be the one. Usually I rename that first. I'm off of my groove. Those are the ones that need to be replaced inside the code. So now let's update the names of everything else. Seriously, do you dare me to use Beatles multitracks in the plugin release video? I think I could. I think if I go about it right, I think I definitely could. That would be extremely funny. And I mean, what could more thoroughly document the idea of, yeah, this is a hip-hop transformative plugin, so you can take anything and make it anything. Oh, are you back, Grunts? You want to see the latest trick? Check it out. I can play a trick. You're back. Here's the new plugin. Oh, I can beat the Beatles for that, believe it or not. I can absolutely beat the Beatles for that. Let's see. It's not going to be Trident. It's going to be MCI. Yeah. No, I can absolutely beat the Beatles for that. Check this out. Let's see. Where are we at? This is going to be slow to load because I'm loading an entire album. But actually, maybe I can just start it now. No, that's dangerously close. Yeah, I gotta be way up high here to not get vocal. Ooh, getting dangerously close to being able to tell. And can we include mids? Probably not. But we can sweep up using the low frequency. I don't know what more to say. No copyright strike. Yeah, I don't think they got me for that. There is no more copyright strike inducing band. I don't think you get any more than that. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, it was cranking. That was quite something. Thump. Thump. Neat. Okay, so that's what we did today, friends. It was a pretty good day code-wise. It was a whole bunch of, let me show you this as well. Not the bad drums, how about good drums instead? So without being as completely destructive as that, actually, hang on a moment. Default preset, please. Thank you. Without being as destructive as that, you can not bit crush. You construct a sound out of band passes. So here's your raw. Here's your band passes. But then you can do this. And if the bass isn't chunky enough, you can gate crush it. And you can gate crush the hats very, very easily in such a way that they turn into like trap hats. And that works kind of like this. So you made trap hats out of it as well. All the while, still having insanity going on in the mids. So we are now making some very silly things happen out of this. And lastly, much like console H will have a crossfade between this and a much more normal 3-band EQ, this has a crossfade between this and dry. So you can have it be mostly dry, but then bring some real weirdness in there. Or indeed, maybe you don't want that high weirdness, but you wanted to do a techno rumble. Low mid all the way up, low mid crush all the way up. Instant techno rumble out of a simple drum track. You're taking the low frequency oscillations of the room. No reverb needed because you are simply bit crushing it to infinite degrees. Turn the drums into techno drum track. One plugin. And then for fun, maybe you need to bring in a fake sounding snare, which is like a barking dog. Oh, subwoofers are starting to freak out. And the subwoofers are freaking out even though my amplitude is not wildly clipping or anything. Out of that. So yeah, it's been a good day. What we're going to do is start on the VST version. Because I feel like it might be fun to drop this coming weekend. I know I didn't have it before this morning, but yeah. Oh no, you could put Pointy Deluxe after it and have even more madness. No question about it. You could stack these up all you wanted to. It's total David Pixley world. You could put ULaw and then this and then anti-ULaw. I hope he's doing okay. You know, David, a point of order for some people who might be trolling the stream, or either that or being so completely insane you can't tell whether they're trolling the stream or not. One of our favorite people, David Pixley, was also very much like that and hung around and made some effort. And I worked really hard to make sure that people weren't just straight up attacking him and being really mean. And yeah, Airwindows people of old remember David and are fond of him. Near as I can tell, he's still doing okay. He's out somewhere in California, I think. And what we're going to do here, having successfully done our glorious new Hip Crush plugin. And remember, I haven't dropped debaz yet, so debaz is available. Is we're going to go through this and start doing the VST version, which requires a little bit of this. I may or may not be paying close attention to chat, because if chat starts to make my brain squeak, I'm not interested. But it's always a challenge, isn't it? I like to think I get my own back with plugins like this. If people are trolling me, well, I'm trolling you right back with gifts that you get to have and keep. I think that's a kinder way of going about it. And kind or not, nobody was able to stop me from making this today, so that's cool. I mean, geez, like bulldozers and giant Volvo excavators are tearing apart the White House, and they weren't able to make me stop making this. So ha. Ha, I say. That was interesting. I found out about that one on Blue Sky, and I was like, no. Yup. Huh. I mean, I called that. That's one of the things that I was like, yep, that's the kind of thing that's likely to happen. It's likely to happen 3 minutes before the guy jumps a plane to Moscow. You mark my words, he's not going to stop at the East Wing. He's going to keep right on going, and just when everybody's freaking out, then boop, plane to Argentina. Just before people opened those files of his and find out that he was a coworker of a certain guy. That's what I'm calling. I don't know if it's actually going to make any difference, but man, I'm telling you. I think I called it, and recent behavior does... Ooh, I'm going to have to copy stuff over from something else, aren't I? Maybe I am. Recent behavior does not give me to doubt what I'm calling in this situation. I'm like, yeah, nope, that's very much in line with what I thought was happening. Everybody else is very shocked and surprised, mind you. And me knowing or expecting about all of this from years in advance has not actually made it stop, so I'm focusing on the plugins today. What else can you do, really? So here's our Hip Crush. Okay, so the next thing to do is actually not to go to the AU, But instead I'm going to copy most of this from another plugin, because this is basically from Parametric, and Parametric is designed from the ground up to be included in a console version. It's going to be easiest for me to do that working from the max VST of Parametric, because it's going to be the same. And then changing it from that point on. I don't think he's going to build the damn thing. I don't think that man's going to build the damn thing. I think the plan stops and ends with tearing down the White House with bulldozers. I don't think it goes any beyond that. You are expecting that there's a plan. You're expecting that he's really going to build anything. I don't think so. I don't think Doge was about making anything better either. That was just destroying everything and turning the keys over to the Russians. There's nothing else to it. That's all it is. And spectral plugins, not impossible. And I'll tell you why. Because if I was able to do a spectral plugin that could be so closely synchronized that I could crossfade it between dry and wet, I could do a spectral gate in which the gating was not manipulating the spectrum, but in crossfading between that and dry. Yeah, I mean, look to what the No Kings rally was doing lately for what the reality of America is about. Don't be too easily confused by attacks from a foreign power. Otherwise, you would think that Ukraine would have or should have given up long ago. Because the same foreign power has all kinds of things to say about Ukraine, and a lot of good it's done them. Hello, why do we have... Oh, hang on. Okay, that is using letters rather than... Okay, parametric from the VST is not actually using the things I was thinking it was going to. It's kind of using some of them, I think, but yeah, no, that's not special. I was thinking that was going to use the same code words that I was using in the AU version of Parametric, and it does not look like it did. Yeah, dude, it's that No King's protests are not about Americans punching Americans. That's not the way. In fact, one of the things that I heard was that in one of these, some freaky MAGA guy freaked out and wanted to attack the protest, and we're talking like millions of people maybe, with a gun. And Americans tackled the guy, took the gun away from him, and called the cops. Simple as that. A bunch of these people who are being really negative are not healthy, fit, or capable. They're not great people. They're not very capable people. So it's all very well to have some caution and stuff, but bear in mind the extent to which they are not capable people. So the one thing I am wondering is whether I should reshuffle these similarly to how because I can do that now. I could reshuffle these so that those three bands are at the top, and then it's the frequencies, and then it's the crushers. I'm not sure if that's the correct thing to do. Like, would it be easier to see what you're doing? Can I add an additional indication on this one? Could I add an additional indication? So there's an idea. How about this? How about I add an additional indication to the audio unit? Because I have recently done that with another project. It is not immediately available right now. Soft Clock 2. Yes, please. Thank you. There we go. I would like to put this out. This is coming out pretty soon. See, if we go through here, Huh. Okay, well, never mind. I thought I had something written there, but I was mistaken because now it's here. K per MB, the out unit is a custom unit. And you can set the name, as far as I can tell, you can just set the name as a string. Oh, are you another line of troll there, Vinegar Jim? You get to play with my plugins anyhow, but you're clearly being a mess, and your brain should squeak if that's what you're seriously thinking. I have only moderate patience for... Let me put it this way. I was getting jerked around by alt-right trolls in 2016. I lost multiple friends to that stuff, and it's really boring and not interesting. But when I say that I make my plugins for everybody, no exceptions, it doesn't only include trans people and gay people. Let's see, I need to take this and... HipCrush does not actually have custom units. No. Typically, I don't have friends myself. Bear that in mind. I don't have friends, and I didn't have to become like that. I just coded a lot of plugins. There's a lot of meanings for friends, honestly. Okay, so this, at least, I should be able to identify some of this. So, parameter unit, custom unit. I can flag each of these. So there's the top treble 1, tier F, GB, and then HMF gets another custom unit. And then LMF gets another custom unit. Oh, Jesse, are you being disconcerted by trolls invading the chat? You know it's going to happen sometimes. And then I need to add one of these each time. So what you're looking at is soft clock 2. What soft clock 2 is tells you what the actual time signature is for each of the custom time signatures. As you can see, we've got a selection of 11s, we've got a selection of 13s, 17, 19, 23, and so on. They're distributed differently. And the VST updates that on the fly. But the audio unit doesn't seem to be able to do that. But when you reopen it, it will go to what the current setting is. Fair. I do not know, Jess. It's none of my business. Let's see. Include that semicolon, and this will be the part that I need to put into the new plugin, then recompile it, and then I will be using that going forward. So, well, that looks kind of ugly. Oops. Can do better than that. There we go. So just under where it says custom unit is where I put this. I didn't include a carriage return, that's why it's doing that. I mean, honestly, if it is actual working trolls out of St. Petersburg, flee. It's not going to go well for you. Let's see. Trouble. What was I calling this? And it's not. It doesn't have to come out of soft clock. We'll use the same name for it. We'll call it treble, high mid. Actually, no, I'm going to update that. I can update it in all these places. Let's change this on the fly while we're doing it. Hey, Dolores. As well as can be expected, honestly. Let's change it to high and mid and low. We're only changing a few labels, but it should be enough. There, that could work. Oh, did you not catch up with this? We could do a little, oh, base? No, let's not. Technically, it is base. I could call it base, but some of this fits better without it. Also, yeah, that's the 7 letters. Good enough. And we'll run with that. Well, it is named that because it is a very bit crush. Scroll down here. Quick change to this. In other words, this one goes from 15K to, no, let's make it 1K to 16K. And then let's make this 600 hertz is not, let's make it 300, and then up beyond that region, so it would be 6 to 3. I'd have to expand this outwards by another 3, so that would make it 67. We'll take it up to 7K. And then subs to 2K. So let's call it 3K. So they all kind of overlap a little bit, like the lowest can actually overlap the highest. And having done these things, now they need to be reflective on the other ones. And let's see. And I need to rebuild that before I do anything else. But then I will show you what it was. We now have a couple of last moment changes. Oh, hang on. I can do short for echo. So you can change this to this. On one side, it goes to bit crushing in a compressy way. On the other side, it goes into it in a gatey way. And the compressy way is most notable on the mid-range. So yeah, if you have everything set to bit crush, then it makes it quieter, but it makes it insane sounding. And you can dry wet crossfade it. Put as much of that as you want. Or you can just take the crush settings and go crazy. And since it is a bit crush, you can set bits of it differently. And at exactly the middle in all these things, but not dry wet. What you have is a different kind of thing, such as I can demonstrate on this guitar tone, where you're constructing a sound out of mid-ranges like ResiQ. The more you boost a channel, and if you cut them, you're not just subtracting from the dry, you're cutting them out completely. Mid crush of 0 means no bit crush. The frequency tells you what frequency your band is at. And if you boost it, what you're doing is boosting and also making it narrower. So you can combine all of these things if you want. And there you have it. You can change the sound into something very, very different. hip crush. So there, oh, that is the VST version. So let's see, making absolutely damn sure that I've got the current one because I'm ready to move on and start building other things out of it. So you may very well put it on a vocal vinegar, Jim. By all means. I must confess I am a little bit curious as to whether you're just a raging edgelord or actually meant some of the things that you said. But it's none of my business, honestly. I cannot imagine going out into the No Kings protests and not feeling at home. It's like you didn't like America or something. That just seems weird to me. So we're going to copy from this. You should go and listen to some Lincoln Project things. Those are conservatives who actually have a clue. It would. It probably would. You could use it for that, no question about it. Okay, so let's scooch this over. I can at least get a start on this. I'm thinking around 4 o'clock I am going to defrost my tacos and say ciao. Okay, we have 9 parameters. This does not help me identify which they are very well, but whatever. Actually, I can do that. Hang on, what am I talking about? I can do that a little better. It was set up to not have any frequency starting out, so 0.50, 0.5, 0.5, 0, 0.5, 0.5, 0, 5, and 1.0. So I believe we go up to J. Nah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that actually follows. I mean, 3 times 3 is 9, and then plus 1 is 10. So these are all the controls I can fit into this little bugger. So we'll count up to J. I mean, I could go and simply rename those. Yeah, I'll have a gooder one when I'm having my tacos. And I'm done with this. Here's where I get to start applying some of these letters. Well, thank you, Dolores. See, with a bit of luck, this is actually going to go fairly well, making the VST. I'll find out soon enough if it worked. I may simply be able to take it and use the bits I've already got. So far, so good for this. And this is where I need to do the same thing that I did before. Also, I should go back and check that the changes I made are still there. Because I don't remember going and looking at that. I was too busy showing what it actually did. High, mid, low. I could put wet on the bottom there. Wet on the very bottom control. And I'm a little bit unsettled at the fact that, like, why do I have the frequency at the top? But I do. And you know what? Whatever. But I could sneak wet in at the very bottom here, just so that it looks distinct. Fair. Yeah, I release things on the weekend. That's typically how that goes. I've decided I would like to put one final adjustment in. Let's go scooch up here. One more custom unit. I guess I'll find out whether this works for... I think I've actually found out whether this works for modern computers. And I've just started doing this. I feel like it helps you tell the difference between what slider you're going for. And I started doing it for console X2. So build that, and oh, we don't need that to be open anymore. Yeah, I mean, one of the funny things is I get to use like Eagles or the Beatles in my sound files for a change because it's going to be unrecognizable. And option drag. Actually, what the hey, let me just double check that that worked. After a long work day on this kind of stuff, my brain's kind of leaking out my ears, and so I want to check and see that sure enough, it says high, mid, low, and now it says wet. So the three controls associated with this are given a little bit of organization by these labels. Easier to do it in VST. I've never really gone for doing this in VST, and yet it's probably a good idea. Hey, target X, no topic. No topic and not much more of a stream, probably 15 minutes ETA or less. So let's see, high space space. Mid space space. Low space space and wet finally. That looks to be about the same. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. see, hip crutch 8. Okay, we've got that named correctly, but I'm only going up to J. And again, I'm only going up to J. Which means I have to go back here. Oh, very much so. It's a plugin. You'll see. So I believe I can reuse temp and bit this way, and it's not going to cause me a problem. No, to be perfectly honest, Vinegar Gem, speaking as one of the rowdy crowd, because I know some of the things that you were saying align you with being a rowdy crowd. No, I don't necessarily deal with stuff like that. It's a recovery thing. I'm powerless over some of those things. You can't stop me coding stuff, and you can't stop me giving it to you, because I give it to everybody, no exceptions. Worst you can do is make streaming lame enough that I hang around having fun instead. So it's really kind of up to you. There are not many people who show up here. If you think that there is a real crowd that you're chasing away, you are sorely mistaken. I'm not. I don't do a GUI. It is generic AUs and generic VST plugins. Let's see if that builds. Okay, there's R1 and R2 on all of these, so there is at least that. These are biquad constants. These are saved values. And then there's an out. So in theory, what I can do is copy everything that I've got and then run a search and replace on capital L and change it to capital R, and that might just work. Unless I have to use values in here or whatever. Hey, Grins. Yeah, Grins, some of these folks I hang out with on Blue Sky, if some of you folks are able to take down Blue Sky, you're more powerful than Elon Musk, who surely wants to take down Blue Sky. So if you manage that, yay. I'm honestly impressed. But yeah, I talk with Grins on Blue Sky. I'm Airwindows on Blue Sky. Blue Sky has very good blocking capabilities. I have been blocked by Jamel Bowie on Blue Sky. I've been blocked by a New York Times, personally blocked by a New York Times columnist, because I sassed the hell out of him for being a New York Times columnist, and I would not stop. I have no complaint with him personally, but he needs to find a better place to be. Let's see, so we've done this. That one's successfully done. That's successfully done, but we do need to initialize, but initializing is relatively easy. It's this. That'll cover everything. And I learned about using enums for arrays. Dude, for all I know, you're Ben Jordan. I know I'm often drawn to super edgelord people. It's a weird and silly thing, but there it goes. Like, I'm drawn to edgelord people. I've learned to not let that ruin my day. And I've learned not to put too much weight on them. That's always important. You gotta remember when you simply can't trust people or put any weight on them. It's like some people are just not dependable. Some people are just not very serious. And the neat thing about being serious is you can decide what you're willing to be serious about. Being serious about being able to control other people's behavior is a bad idea. I give you that information for free. Like, I just recommend don't even bother, because, man, life will be miserable if you feel like you need to be able to manipulate other people out there. It is a hard road. Let's see, in frames to process, we don't need this for this particular plugin. But we're going to take overall scale, and then we have a whole pile of stuff that needs to be edited because we're not using the params correctly. And that's unfortunate, but nothing much to be done about it. I believe everything is from top to bottom, so that at least makes it portable. By that meaning I'm porting it from these indications to something else. So everywhere it says param something, I need to change it to a letter. And it was going to be like TRF or whatever. Well, maybe it should be. This is the thing that's meant to be something that I can put into a version of console and just copy and paste and drop it straight in. Should I be porting this to A through J? Or should I edit everything else that I have everywhere else? I feel like maybe the latter is correct. Why not? I'll have to deal with this at some point anyway. Why not? Yep. Smoothie Q3 is in fact, I'll show you. Why not? Yeah, in fact, you could have it this weekend if people don't demand Hip Crush instead. It is indeed coming out. So the crossovers, Smoothie Q has the crossovers. That's easy enough to show. So this is what you mean. Controls, there are 3 bands, but then the crossovers determine things like where it cuts off. Smoothie Q2, on the other hand, is designed to work with my joysticks. So you got your controls there, but then it's going to act like it's a parametric. See, H mid frequency, but it's really not. It's really still a shelf. And that's because it's meant to work with my joysticks, which can have a volume change, but then also sweep the mids. Instead of sweeping the mids, it's manipulating multiple cutoffs and changing the steepness of things in various ways. But this too it's approachable if you have the same control surface I have, but it's more complicated. So there is, in fact, Smoothie Q3. Treble, or not. Mids, or not. Bass, or not. So this is designed to fit into console H, which is the hip hop one. And the reason is because I have a little section of 4 controls where one part of the controls could be a simple 3-band EQ, and the other part could be a crossfade between that and Hip Crush as I have recently developed it. I think there are many possibilities, but it also does mean that I can put out Smoothie Q3 as this. This is what you'll get. It's not out yet. But it works very nicely. Okay, so here's my header file. Here is what the AU has, except for I think I just bumped the, oh, it's fine. And you are perfectly welcome to subscribe, TargetX. I put out plugins. I make open source plugins for everybody, no exceptions. That alone is a dangerous thing in this day and age. Don't care, doing it anyway. TRF, TRG, TRB, HMF, HM, let's see, G. Yep, for gain. HMB, F. See, I can make this literally be LB and DW for dry or wet. So I can make this all work. Yeah. Dog for links, hip crush is this crazy thing that I just made. If you scroll back in the stream, you'll hear many examples of it being demonstrated. And yeah, honestly, I feel like in recent weeks, for whatever reason, maybe it's because I'm being sassy on Blue Sky. Maybe I've made Elon Musk mad. But there are large numbers of people, starting mostly with Junebug. Junebug prefers to troll through sounding really random and then occasionally dropping in bits of information that sound like they're real. And then I've had people trolling me over various things. I've had people being furious because I had rainbow crapping around. Good luck doing Eurorack if you don't have colored leads. You won't be able to tell where anything goes. And it's like, whatever, go ahead. I don't care. I'm doing my thing. I choose to not even banish people. Yeah, how can you banish trolls, honestly? All they'll do is go and find more. It really doesn't matter. I would not say that I'm that upset. This was a work day. This was a day where I made Hip Crush from scratch, out of parametric, and I think it's going to work. And because it's going to work, I get to put out something that might actually be useful to the hip-hop community. Because the neat thing about the hip-hop community, according to, you should read Death of the Rhythm and Blues by Nelson George. He's a very good writer. And one of the things that he said, which is most interesting, is that the Black community does not tend to rest on its laurels and they don't have that dentist guitar player thing going on. Oh no, it's probably because I said I was fine with gay people. Good luck changing my mind on that. I'm too old. I would be gay if it worked for me. I swear to God, I tried. Didn't work. You can't make somebody be gay by just telling them to. Or even if all their best friends are, it's not going to make you be gay. Which is dark news for anybody who feels like they have these attractions and somebody's making them do it. Sorry, bad luck, man. I would have loved to have been gay. I would have had more action throughout my life, but no such luck. And it's all fine, really. There's nothing so wrong with not seeing that much action. It's completely fine. How do you get... Oh, Junebug. Junebug. If you want to be counter-trolled, go and set up Airwindows. I have put it out. It's available for users of Console X or any console version. And if you have a control surface that has knobs and things, which you can... Color code knobs, I wonder whether that's actually visible. Not that important. If you can color code knobs, you can make your... back to here. If you can color code your sliders, you can make a glorious rainbow colored mixing session in which you can assign tracks in Reaper, because you need Reaper to do it, and you're talking about automation items in Reaper, so we have something in common. You can assign in console all tracks colored red to the red fader and run them on the fly. One track, you set it to a volume, it'll be at that volume throughout your entire mix. Assign different tracks to red, and they will not only be assigned to that one fader, so you can control it in one control, but then it will also adjust the volumes of each of those tracks that are assigned to the fader so that they will blend to become the same volume as the original fader. It is awesome. Airwindows is absolutely awesome. And you're going to have to learn to set it up. I will furnish the script, but then you've got to make it work. There's my counter troll for the day. Honest to God, if I wanted to help you do that, I would not necessarily be very good at it, because I've kind of only barely got it working myself. I'm not that great at Reaper scripting. But man, you may have Airwindomation. It is part of the Console X download. It also works with all future versions of Console X, or anybody who is using anything, where you can specify a series of plugins and a particular control in each of them. The plugins do have to match, I believe. Although you could make console Airwindomation so that it tracks literally every console plugin that I have and assigns the correct fader to the fader. And I'm probably going to need to make that upgrade for it. But also, I've got to run for a second because I have to turn on my stove and get cheese out for tacos, because I love having tacos on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I will literally be right back. Okay, that didn't take too terribly long. No way. Junebug, is that a real observation? I'm honestly excited that I'm getting coherence out of you. Console LA. I would like to update Console LA. If you are an extremely big fan of Console LA, work a little harder to talk coherently or not troll me, and I will listen to you and come up with a better version of Console LA for you. I'm thinking about it. I have a plugin coming out called Slew 4 that I desperately need to include in Console LA so it will actually sound good. It doesn't really sound the way it should. Some parts of it, fine. Some parts of it the way they're supposed to be, but when you boost the highs in there, it does not give you that 70s sparkle. Not really. And that's because it's letting through too much high frequencies. I think I can fix it now. I'll fix it for you if you're nice. Otherwise, it'll take longer. Let's see, where was I at? I was doing this. So, that's updated. This is updated, which means every other... Oh, God, this is going to be messy, isn't it? Well, no matter. I needed to do it anyway. So now I got to retype every single place that it says A through J. I do. It's Airwindows. If you know about me enough to be able to download and use my plugins, you'll be able to find it. I'm not going to push you to do it. You don't have to. It's not conditional on whether you join the Patreon. I give you my stuff anyway. Sweet. Oh, the new Slew is better than Golden Slew. I promise. The new Slew is better than Golden Slew. And as far as Beam, damn, Junebug, you know more than I thought. Neat. Mind you, you're welcome to go back to troll mode anytime. It's fine. It's completely fine. But I'm honestly kind of thrilled to find another Beam fan. Beam is one of my weirder discoveries. I don't know many people who use it. that puts you in a kind of a special class if you're one of the people who is honestly excited about Beam and uses it. That makes you a little bit more cool in my book, even if you do troll me. B, F, and wait, DW. What am I thinking? Dropping slight digital description? Fair. Yeah, the thing about it is, if you subscribe to my Patreon enough, you do get an extra thing now. Never used to get anything extra for being on the Patreon. I am now doing an extra thing for people who are $10 and up subscribers, which is not many people. And you're not required to. It doesn't cut off at that. There's lots of lower tiers. You can go as low as you want, or nothing at all if you want. You can join and not be. You're allowed to join Patreon without giving anybody a cent. But for the $10 and up people, I've started recording those hit song and Airwindows meter off of one of my vinyl records. I've started doing those every week now. So that's kind of fun. That is something of a new thing. I just thought of a way that I can do this maybe a little bit faster. Check this out. A is TRF, so I go and find everywhere that says A, and we're going to go through this one by one, including param TRF. Check that out. See, it changed color. Actually, I'm defining these up here, so if I save this, it's probably going to no, apparently not. I thought it was going to turn this blue, but no. Are these defined in H? Yeah, they are. They are. I'm expecting these to be highlighted in blue if they're accurately contained, but no. Mastering could probably use some updates. That's actually such a good question. I'm going to have a look. I've got 50 minutes left before taco time. Oh, what have you done? Twisted Wave, please open. Let's have a look. I can probably tell you, because mastering is designed to be able to do that. And we can have a look at mastering, and mastering 2 is only that, but it's also stereo and has a seat. So there we are. So this is what's supposed to be perfect dry signal. Let's go to here. So this is supposed to be perfect dry. I think maybe what's happening is we might be clipping a little early. So see how the dry signal will occasionally go up to 0, I think. And that's going to a different clip point. So I think we're hitting a final clip. The rest of it should be totaling up to dry. Honestly, I'm not hearing a big difference. Although we can always do things like change things. Or, hang on. Okay, this might be your problem. Def4 links, understand that glue at 0 is the default, not at 0.5. Maybe that's it. So if you're assuming that flat is this, it's not. It's not. Glue at 0, which is what I would be doing with slew 4, honestly, next time around. But this is actually the flat setting. not everything in 0.5. I think that might be, yeah. Pretty sure that's it. I don't know that you're doing that, but most of this 0.5 is flat, as you might expect or as you might have guessed. If you guessed that a glue also is 0.5 at flat, then no, it's not. That's my best guess as to what happened there. So let's see, back to copy and paste TRF all over the place, and I'm going to do this until 5. So there's TRF there, and there, and there, and there, and updating it means that you get to see what it's going to, maybe I can, okay, so this might speed things up. FGB is the sequence that I'm using. So if I just remember to do that, then it'll go a little faster. There's my oven warmed up. Oh dear. And now I try to build it by mistake. Okay, that's not going to work at all. How about we clean the build, because none of that's ready to go, and then it'll run a little bit better. Let's return to what I was doing while making better sense this time. Yeah, I think CABS 2 is going to work well for people. Was that the one that I put out last week? I have so many damn plugins going on. Oh, I hit Command B again. What am I doing? This is I should stop streaming, but I've got 45 minutes, so I can walk through the rest of this. I just got to hit myself with a brick every time I hit that by mistake. Command V, silly man. Then you type B. Command B is not the correct thing. Maybe I'll do it better like this. And same deal. It'll make it easier to go on with the rest of this. Yeah, bear in mind that if the Slate Digital Bundle Pack would definitely be using convolution impulses. CABS 2 is not the same. CABS 2 works different. So it's possible it's not going to give you what you need, in fairness. But if it does, that would be cool. It's closer to what I need out of it. So apologies if it's not what you need out of it. You heathen, naughty person, bad boy. I'm just kidding. Probably kidding. Okay, now for the win, do not type Command B and start a build where it's not supposed to be one. Yay, got there. And then that's it for these, and I think that's up to the top for the next batch. High mids. Except for this is not really high mids, but if I copy it over, it will give me a little bit of a shortcut, because for the console version, there's 4 bands, and they are treble, high mid, low mid, and bass. Oh, I got a Kemper? Cool. And I'm happy to for links that you were able to find. I mean, that's why I'm doing the Linux builds. I don't know if people actually use my Linux builds. You could also just build them yourself. But that's also why I'm doing Linux builds for Raspberry Pi. It was very fun discovering that that was possible. I'd like to buy another Raspberry Pi at some point. I have one of the Pi 400s, and that's what I build on. You can run a mix on that, and it actually works. Let's see now. HMF, FGB. There we go. Same deal. See, if I get through all of this stuff, then I get to have Hip Crush ready and available to drop even this weekend. And I honestly feel like people might be kind of excited, although I'm kind of skipping ahead because it's based on the technology of debez, and debez is not even out. It's not even out. But then it's doing something that this doesn't and can't. So I guess make sure to keep me going if it means joining the Patreon, so that I'll be there next week and the week after and so on and so forth, so that I can put out all of these things and then you can have them. That's the condition. I've been thinking about putting out the Chris's Cars video. I've got a bunch of footage that I'm ready to build that one, and I have not gotten around to doing it because I have not had time. I have a video that I could put out, perhaps on the main channel, perhaps on the side channel. GB, very good. That is my best documentation of all of the cars I've had. Almost every car that I've had, I ran until it tried to kill me. And I have graduated from that. Turns out being Chris from Airwindows is close enough to being a real person with a real job that I was able to get a bank loan and get a real car. So that's very exciting. And I have God's own car payment. Not really. It's not all that overwhelming. It's like $500 or so. And I'm cutting down on food so that I can afford the car payment even if the Patreon doesn't come through. It kind of is. It's not too bad. It's doing okay. But I do still need to put out this video because the video documents first the old Buick Century that I had. Got amazing gas mileage, and I was hot rodding it like mad and doing all these crazy things to it. It was stripped out like it was a demolition derby car. My reasoning was to lose weight so that it would be like livelier. Custom air intake, custom exhaust, all manner of stuff like that. And up to the point where I was driving down the road. This was before I had made Airwindows even. And the rear axle fell off at about 30 miles an hour. So what that's like if you are not a poor person and did not actually experience this in your own life. I can tell you what it's like because I did. What that's like is all of a sudden things go scrunch in the back when the attachments to the suspension tear loose from the rusted out sections that were supposed to be holding them on. And then the whole car kind of... And if you're not going at highway speeds, you hopefully don't die. I did not die. And you pull it over and you look and go, oh, that can't be right. And then you nurse it over to a used car place where you can trade it in for $50 of scrap metal value and spend $1,000 on a Subaru Forester. And so I had a 100,000-mile Subaru Forester. And that was very cool. And I ran that one until the front wheel rusted out and fell off while I was at speed on the road. in that case, what happens when your front wheel falls off because it's rusted out and you're driving $200 cars is that the suspension breaks, and it was on the driver's side, meaning that the wheel kind of falls over and snaps and scrunches into the wheel well, at which point it skids. So the entire car sags over the front wheel at like 50 miles an hour with oncoming traffic. And if you have your wits about you, you use the other wheel to stop from going into oncoming traffic, at which point you go into the breakdown lane. And you go, what the hell was that? And you think that you've blown a tire, and you get out and you look at the wheel and go, oh, that's not good, because the wheel has literally broken and fallen off, and it's scrunched into the... And so I brought it to the... I had a mechanic at one point, which I think ended up getting mad at me around the time of 2016 or so, because he went in a different direction than I did. But before he got mad at me and didn't want to deal with me anymore, that man put that wheel back on. He repaired the suspension, which is kind of a ballsy move, honestly, because any normal person would be like, I'm not taking responsibility for that. But he knew that I was very poor, and so he put the suspension back together somehow. He welded it back together somehow. And at that point, I drove a little more, but nobody was very happy with that. And then I don't remember whether I traded the thing in or what the hell happened. Or something else broke about it and I just had to get rid of it. And I went to a Subaru dealership because my brother, who I was talking to at the time, because he is a computer programmer who is much more sophisticated and he is a wealthy man. He is probably a multimillionaire at this stage. And he wanted me to be visiting him because he wanted somebody to visit him, spend some time with him, because he is just as isolated as I've always been. And he only works at his job, and then there is nothing else. He didn't even cook for himself before he had some health problems and had to learn to. This is a little picture of this brother of mine. He had terrible health problems that was very scary, and he was about to die, and he was told that he had to lose weight. And so he went to the store and bought like potatoes and rutabagas and things and ate them raw rather than normal food, because he knew that he had to change his diet. And this man lost like 60 pounds in a matter of months. It's extremely badass performance, also completely and totally crazy, but extremely badass performance, I must admit. And this man took me to a Subaru dealership and put down $10,000 towards a fairly close to new Impreza. He did not want to do something like that. What he wanted was to get me some kind of crap box that would run and be safer, because he wanted me to be able to visit him. I decided that I wanted to throw in money of my own, and I arranged to get a bank loan on top of that with St. Mary's Bank through the Subaru people, because what I did qualified for that. And so I got into debt to spend money of my own on one that was newer and nicer, and I ran that car for close to 10 years. And my brother did not believe that I was going to make the payments on it and was certain that it was simply going to get repossessed and he would have wasted $10,000. But it meant nothing to him because he was a wealthy man, and so he was like, oh, whatever. And then he died 1,000 deaths until I paid it off entirely. This time, he's not in the picture. This time, when the car began to have bearing problems and cost many thousands of dollars just to repair, and I knew that was the direction it was going, this time I went to the Subaru place and went, hi, this is what I want to do, and I'd like to trade this in, but it's a monster car which is starting to get rust, And I've done all these dumb things with it, so it's probably not worth anything, and I got $50 for it. 50, 500, something like that. I think it's probably more like 500, honestly, because it was running and working, and it was a 2014 FGB. And they checked on my credit score, and my credit score has been insanely good because I pay my debts. And so they were like, would you like a new car? And I went, huh? I want one with the good stereo system. That's what I kept making changes to do. Also, it would be nice if it was a little zippy. And there was a version of that. It's still only an Impreza. But, so this is not like, we're not talking a Ferrari here. But all the same, I was able to do that and go into debt on my own money and not ask anything from anybody this time around. And so that's been kind of cool. And so I have a video that I need to make documenting, including you get to hear what the Forester sounded like. I have always done the put a fancy exhaust and air intake on them. And some of those cars ended up getting really good gas mileage because I tended to leave it in such a state where I did this backwards. Don't mind me, I shouldn't be talking, I should be coding. The changes I make usually also contribute to just getting better gas mileage. But this time I would like not have $500 worth of trade-in value. Soon enough, it's going to be time. Let's see. FGB. I did it wrong again. Oops. Ideally, I keep this straight every step of the way. Because if I make any mistakes, it's going to come back and bite me. Ideally, before 10 years are out, Subaru is going to go with the everybody does electric now. Everybody that I know who is in the know about it has been like, geez, I was dragging my feet on electric cars for the longest time, and now I've got one, and it's the coolest thing ever, and I can't believe I waited this long. So I'm waiting for Subaru to be good at them. Ooh, 2010 black and white Crown Victoria. Still said, oh, you got a Blues Brothers car. Okay, so whoever you are, that's cool. I don't care how edgelord you are, that's still cool. I would happily have done the same. FGB. And we're on to my last parameter, and then this stuff will be updated, so that's cool. It's not even 5 yet. DW is my final update. See, this wasn't that bad. And it'll save me a little time when I go for making the actual console version. Yeah, love that. Love that. Ex-Police Crown Victoria, that sounds fun as hell. Also, this will throw all kinds of errors if I've missed anything, so that's one way of catching up. Return DW, DW equals value. Yeah, because rather than doing 3, I'm only doing 1. So that is everything. On to where I left it, which I don't think was... No, this is what I just closed. And we've also done this. You know, sometimes you make friends in weird places. I shit you not, my recovery sponsor is kind of in a similar boat, in a similar world. And his favorite book is Fight Club, and I believe I know why. I remember Junebug mentioning Fight Club earlier, so that I was interested in that. I think it's because his it got stolen. That is ironic. That is extremely ironic. Let me see how much of this I can get done in my final. It would be so fun if I was able to get a VST version built before the end of stream. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if I will. But it would be fun to try, and so I'm game to try. We'll find out. You know, in some ways, this friend of mine and recovery coach of mine is. That's not always been how he has been. His nickname in recovery circles, let's see, how do we do this? Was Cryin, his actual name. And that's because for the beginning of when he was getting clean, he would be coming to meetings and talking about staying clean and stuff, but he would be bursting into tears all the time. And we just let him, because what the heck is wrong? Oh, look at this. I have an update to make on this. Every time it says get sample rate, that has to change. Oh, and I have a caps lock on. Let's not have that. So let's see. It's there. And that's the neat thing is if you get into a community like that and something in your world was just so heinous that it takes you years to shake just bursting into tears, make friends who are good with that. Friends who are good with that are cool. Because it's not the most common thing. Like it's hard for some people to be around. But then you know that the people that you are hanging out with are serious. And there's nothing cooler than having friends who are serious. And again, you never know where they turn up. But this particular friend of mine has, I think, been uncomfortable with my basic gay friendliness, but it's easy for me to be gay friendly when I wasn't able to be one. It's like if anybody's worried about like, oh no, are they going to turn you gray? I'm like, I wish. I would have had more action. But there's nothing to be done about that. It's a little too late for that. I'm getting too old. But yeah, although in fairness, I could have had a busier life, but not necessarily a wiser life because I'm still only learning to like sort myself out and figure out who I am and what I need as a person and what I need as a partner. I have been more close to what they would call MGTOWs or whatever they call them. Men go in their own way. And I take pains to like be that in a way that is not just toxic and stupid. But there's still a fair bit of that to me because it's like I've had to. That's what I've had to do. It's not a matter of making a choice about it. It's like, nope, that's my lot. That's what I got to do. And being able to do that gracefully has meant that I have, me being straight means I need female energy in my life because I don't have enough of my own. Like part of the reason that I'm chill with people, including people who are trolls or toxic edgelords, is because I've had to overcome just being that to the nth degree to where I had to like get clean and get sober and get chill and stop wanting to unalive myself all the time. Getting over stuff and learning to do something useful. Junebug, I talked to you briefly and you were coherent, so you're less likely to be banned on the back of that. I'm not saying you couldn't work for it if you wanted to, but I in previous streams I was teasing Junebug by like bringing the interface over and showing like, look, this is the interface and this is the ban button and this is you being selected. Choose wisely. And I'm not doing that so much anymore. I'd probably do a fair bit of that before banning anybody anyhow. But it's more fun to like engage with people. To be perfectly honest. Oh, what are we looking here? Did I copy? I copied this over twice. There's no reason to do that. What I needed to do was this. Boop. There, now that's both of the versions are the correct version. Up to and including the lowercase get sample rate, which is what VST2 has for you. Now let's see whether this can be copied and pasted. Also, am I working with input sample? No, I'm not. Okay, well, I've got a little more work to do here. Copy that, stops there, starts there. That's not too overwhelming. It's fine. It's fine. Only got to do it once correctly, and then I can copy it to the other one. Oh, and look, this was originally called gain, but it's been updated. Yeah. No, Vinegar Jim, it's like I say, I tend to be drawn to edgelords and have learned to not take that too seriously because sometimes it's only a path for grief, and other times you're fine. Who could say? Oh, I wonder if I could consolidate these into one statement. Or if I want to, maybe I don't want to bother. So the thing I was talking about before was that I need to go through and make all of these be input sample L everywhere it appears. Although I don't know that it appears that often. Look at this. Here's the code, but I only see it here. And then everything else is just kind of, oh, nope, got a little more. Because these are in parallel, that explains everything. So we do need to feed it into here in parallel, but I don't think I have additional L's that aren't meant to be there. Like if one of these, like crush gate, if it was instead crush late, that would be updated when I searched and replaced. But it does not appear to be the case, so yeah. Let's just make that, and then it will automatically generate the other one. And then all I have to do is duplicate this twice at the bottom. Like this. And then the right version like that. Then copy and find and replace literally all of this. Copy, paste, and then paste again. And this time I gotta make it be the right channel. See where it says begin? That's how I do this. And capital L must become a capital R, but only within the selection. So I push Option on this old version of Xcode, and now only these are going to be changed, and it's going to be begin stacked by quad with reverse neutron flow R. Reverse neutron flow is just a joke. This my style of being edgelordly is just saying silly things like that. I know it doesn't really mean anything. Technically, the reverse neutron flow joke has to do with me using discontinuity in the version of parametric that I did for console X, which is meant to sound like a physical analog SSL desk. This has other goals in mind, so it's for doing different things. In selection, boop. And I think that's got everything covered. We'll find out soon enough. So if I can copy all of this and paste it into the double precision calculator, under dry sample, it's not even that much code. Copy, and then paste it in, obscuring this. And then if it builds, maybe it won't. Save, build. Does it build? No, because I've got another thing in here. I don't know why that's happening. Oh, do I have the wrong thing selected? Is that what it is? Like, that should be fine after all this. So what went wrong? Ah. Okay, there's your problem. I started from the wrong place. I started from like... So I've copied this all over, so I'll have to start again. Let's see now. Okay, so here's where I left off with the L. I need to go and put that back now. So let's see. I don't suppose I can undo that change. Can we undo that change? No, that's a paste. That's not good enough. So here's the declaration. Here's where we start. This was already a problem. So let's undo once more. Golden. Okay, here's where I went wrong. I need to begin this selecting and the find and replacing. Seeing as I've copied and pasted this, I need to start not at the very first bit of stacked biquad with reverse neutron flow L, but after it's finished all of its stuff and has in fact produced double parametric L. And only then do I start making things be R instead of L. This ought to work just fine. Again, double check. We're not renaming the parametric L. In selection, now that's R. Now I can copy the entire thing and paste it into the double precision section. 15 minutes to go before tacos. If I get this to build as a VST and it runs and works, and there to here. And let me just double check that I have that selected correctly. Dry sample all the way through to the dither. Good. Dry sample through the dither. Starts out looking like that. Boom. Save again. Now let's build. Okay, so if this works, folks, and I am happy to say that my back is not hurting, possibly because I had a moment of clarity with Junebug, which is more fun than I would have guessed. That's actually worth doing. Bear that in mind, Junebug. Junebug, my strange friend. You are welcome to not troll anytime you like. But if I can get this to run and it in fact is done and works, I'm going to go and have tacos 15 minutes early. And call it a successful day, because it will be. Drum roll. It's not a component. What are you doing? here we are. I am going to live dangerously and see whether it's maybe done and put it where it's going to belong. And yeah, so this has been fun. This has been interesting. To be perfectly fair, as much as I will gripe about trolls giving me backache, it was lifting a large 4-stroke lawnmower the wrong way that caused that problem. Yes, being tense will cause your back to tense up and exacerbate that kind of problem, but it came from lifting a lawnmower wrong, not from many people. That is to be fair. So let's see, we've got our audio going. We can load up some drums so that we can hear it properly and do some of our basic things. And I will start with resetting the settings to default. Which begins with silence. Then we can have some highs, mids, and lows. We could drop the low, and then we can have our fun with that. And with that, yep, if it works at all, it's going to work fine, so that's fine. Okay. Yeah, rock on. Okay, and the VST, drum roll, did we get it to work? Is it going to load? Is it going to function? Am I ready to make Windows and Linux versions of it? Are we like one day away from being able to drop this weekend? Because that'd be kind of exciting. I have so much else piled up. Like I could still be dropping debez, which is where we first saw this exact kind of derezer. But this was what it was for. This was what debez was made for. So I can follow up with that. And let's see, VST, H for hip crush. Bada-boom. Do we have a working thing? The labels seem good. Starting off with silence seems good. There's our high frequency. There's our mid. There's our low. And we can do this. Got there. And that's some gnarly, grungy sound effects made out of a rather uninspired drum part. All right. Yeah. In gratitude for all of my nice and all of my nasty live stream listeners, you shall have this weekend. I'll go to the trouble of doing the rest of the work for building it and making all of the different ports and stuff. I've got a day to do it, so it's fine. And yeah, you shall. I shall have this available for Vinegar Jim, for Dunebug, for Grins, for everybody. And you may come back next time I stream. I do not believe I'm going to be able to do that on Tuesday. Or if I do, it'll be a really short period. Because I'm having some stuff that's conflicting with that. But failing Tuesday, and I might be able to drop in Tuesday, failing Tuesday, I'll be back next Thursday. And at least we're getting a bunch of stuff done. And let's see. With that, I think I've earned my tacos today. And I hope you folks enjoy getting Hip Crush. I feel all the better about being able to produce a proper hip-hop version of console that really can reinvent sounds. Because that's kind of what that's about. Again, I told you, go and read the book, Nelson George's The Death of Rhythm and Blues. He is a talented black writer who's talking about rock, blues, rhythm and blues, the music industry, and he knows all about the music industry, and is amusingly sassy about Elvis Presley because he's like, well, he has a good idea, but he's a damn lazy student. That's funny. And yeah. And one of the things that man said was that school of music does not sit down and attempt to imitate things from 30 years ago. It wants to invent new things going forwards. Sometimes that leads to stuff that we don't understand, but somebody in stream was talking about doing a bunch of trap music, and that is literally one of the examples of and again, also, if you have a good place to be, like the UK, for instance, it's a giant cross-pollination of stuff. It's not simply about black music. It's like Bristol music or whatever, and that's where drum and bass came from, and that's where dubstep came from. Early dubstep, like the kind that I like. And yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff out there to be enjoyed, and my hope is that I can make some plugins that will help people continue to invent new things. And on that note, I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.